Chapter 269, The Emperor's Notice. Chapter 269, The Emperor's Notice. No matter how strong the spirit weapons he refined were, they could only attract golden cores. However, for the great Zhou dynasty that ruled over 4 regions, golden cores merely belonged in the middle of the forces. Their main pillars of support were still nascent souls, void reversions, and even stronger existences. When he heard perfected Lord Mingzai's remark, the Emperor of Great Zhou was indifferent and shook his head. "You're wrong, Mingzai. What I value is not his current ability, but his potential." Perfected Lord Mingzai nodded thoughtfully. The Emperor's eyes shone with wisdom as he continued, "He has already attained such achievements at such a young age. This proves that he's an unprecedented talent in terms of weapon refinement. It's hard to imagine just how strong his potential in weapon refinement is." "I got it, Your Majesty," perfected Lord Mingzai lowered his head and replied. "Fufu." The Emperor chuckled softly and praised, "To be able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons at Foundation Establishment Realm, this Mo Ling is truly a Jenny Dash." Suddenly, the Emperor's expression changed and his voice stopped abruptly. The smile on his face was frozen. The bearded man raised his head while perfected Lord Mingzai looked sideways. Both men sensed the abnormality in the Emperor. Perfected Lord Mingzai asked concernedly, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" The Emperor narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table in deep thought. After a long while, he asked suddenly, "Dongqing, you mentioned that Mo Ling was only a Foundation Establishment cultivator?" "That's right." The bearded man was stunned for a moment and nodded vigorously, "Your Majesty, I definitely did not see wrong. He's at late-stage Foundation Establishment." The Emperor took a deep breath of air and asked slowly, "Can anyone tell me how a Foundation Establishment cultivator managed to last 10 breaths against the combined assassination attempt of 2 golden cores?" All of a sudden, the hall fell silent. The bearded man was shocked and perfected Lord Mingzai was equally dumbfounded. If the Emperor had not mentioned it, both of them would have missed out on this detail. The previous night, the bearded man was too focused on his supreme-grade spirit weapon that he did not give it much thought. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear as he gulped and continued, "Furthermore, by the time I arrived, one of the golden cores was already dead." The Emperor leaned against his throne and smiled leisurely with a deep gaze, as though he had discovered something extremely interesting. "That's right. Who can explain this?" "A late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and a black dog at Foundation Establishment Realm. A trio like that not only managed to last 10 breaths against 2 golden cores, but they even managed to kill one of them?" The bearded man and perfected Lord Mingzai frowned and fell into deep thought. "I'm getting more and more curious about this person." Rising, the Emperor smiled. "There's no need to wait any further. We'll go this afternoon. Mingzai, accompany for a trip to Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. We'll pay a visit to this Mr. Mo." "Understood." Perfected Lord Mingzai bowed in reply. The Emperor was about to turn and leave when he suddenly stopped his tracks. Glancing sideways, he asked, "Do you have any clues about the identity of the 2 dead golden cores?" "No," the bearded man shook his head. The Emperor scoffed coldly, "Even though there's no evidence, there's a high chance that it was done by True Fire Weapon Workshop, right?" "Your Majesty is wise," the bearded man cupped his fists. The Emperor's hands were behind his back and he had a stern expression, radiating with a chilling intent from his eyes. "Make a notice and spread it out. If any rogues dare to plot in the capital again and try to assassinate virtuous talents, they'll be killed without mercy. The masterminds will not be spared either." If the Emperor was angered, millions of people had to die. A steely, murderous aura exuded from the Emperor that made one's heart palpitate. The bearded man acknowledged loudly. Perfected Lord Mingzai felt his heart skip a beat. While the notice did not mention Mo Ling's name, the fact that the notice was sent today after the previous night's assassination attempt was clear enough to everyone that the virtuous talent mentioned was referring to Mo Ling. On the surface, this assassination attempt was a conflict between 2 weapon workshops. However, in reality, it was a conflict between Mo Ling and True Fire sect. As one of the 5 major sects, True Fire sect was powerful and had a deep foundation. Normally, the emperor would not interfere personally in something like this and would close a blind eye to let it pass. However, the notice was an indication of a stance. It was the emperor's stance towards this matter. The emperor of Great Zhou had chosen to stand on Mo Ling's side. Seems like your majesty truly thinks highly of this person, perfected Lord Mingzhe thought to himself. The bearded man thought for a moment and asked, where should I paste the notice? The emperor replied indifferently, Yongxing City, at the entrance of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Pust. The bearded man sucked in a breath of cold air. The emperor was not merely expressing his stance, he was giving a warning. He was warning True Fire Weapon Workshop to not act recklessly. Even though the emperor gave True Fire sect some face and did not pursue the matter, the fact that he chose to stick the notice in front of True Fire Weapon Workshop was a clear indication of his intentions. Yongxing City. Ever since Su Zimo started customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons, the weapon workshops around here regained their bustle and the crowds returned. After all, supreme-grade spirit weapons were out of reach for most cultivators. If one wanted to refine inferior, middle or superior-grade spirit weapons, they would still have to come here. Actually, what True Fire Weapon Workshop did was a little inappropriate. While nobody knew the identity of the 2 dead golden cores, most cultivators knew what was going on. In the capital, True Fire Weapon Workshop had the strongest conflict with most Spirit Weapon Workshop and had the power to command golden cores. That's right. Even though we also have a weapon workshop and are competitors with most Spirit Weapon Workshop, there's nothing wrong about them being famous due to their own capabilities. Furthermore, Mr. Mo is now in the business of supreme-grade spirit weapons. There's no conflict with us. Some shopkeepers of several weapon workshops gathered in hushed discussions. I'm guessing that this matter will likely go unresolved. Furthermore, there's no evidence left behind. That's right. True Fire Weapon Workshop is backed by True Fire Sect, one of the 5 major sections. There's no reason for the Great Zhou dynasty to go against a major sect just for a mere weapon refinement master. I don't think that this matter is over yet. A shopkeeper said in a shocking manner. Old Zhang, what do you mean? Someone else asked. Old Zhang scoffed coldly, think about it. True Fire Weapon Workshop lost 2 golden cores and suffered a massive loss. Do you think they're going to take it lying just like that? Even if they can't take it lying down, what can they do? It's not as if they're going to send a nascent soul next, right? Someone else was rattled. Hee, that's hard to say. The few of them were discussing when a figure appeared in the sky not far away. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Greetings, sir. The few shopkeepers stood up hurriedly and greeted. The person who arrived was the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, the bearded man. Someone asked with a smile, what are you here for, sir? Do you want to customize a spirit weapon? The bearded man did not reply and waved his robes, erecting a tall notice stele that was enveloped in strong spirit energy. Expressionless, the bearded man carried the stone stele and walked forward silently, attracting countless gazes. Chapter 270, Complete Defeat. Chapter 270, Complete Defeat. Back hall of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang did not sleep for the entire night. The night was just too arduous for him. He had failed. The assassination that he had planned for so long had failed. Even though Liang Qiu and Meng Han were nearing the end of their lifespans, they were still golden cores after all and had died just like that. Elder Zhang could not take lying down. This was something that did not merely concern the rise and demise of True Fire Weapon Workshop, it concerned the reputation of True Fire Sect. Guyong, the shopkeeper of True Fire Weapon Workshop, walked into the back hall. When he saw Elder Zhang's dejected expression, he could not help but sigh internally and stepped forward to persuade, Elder Zhang, take a rest. It's almost been an entire day. The incident last night has spread, right? After a moment, Elder Zhang's lips moved and he asked. Guiyong nodded with a terrible expression. A look of hatred filled Elder Zhang's face. Clenching his fists slowly, he said in a vengeful voice, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. Everyone out there must be gloating at our misfortune and laughing at True Fire Sect. Guiyong, let me tell you, I didn't lose. Our True Fire Weapon Workshop did not lose either, and neither will True Fire Sect lose." Seeing that Elder Zhang was deeply agitated in a frenzied state, Guiyong said hurriedly, "Elder Zhang, since things have come to this, you..." Elder Zhang interrupted abruptly in a cold voice, "I'll relay the sect a message right now and have them send even stronger cultivators over. We must kill this Ling in the capital." Guiyong could vaguely sense that Elder Zhang was losing his mind. However, he could not express his thoughts and instead said in a tactful manner, "This is an extremely grave matter. I don't think the sect's going to agree to it." "The sect will definitely agree to it. True Fire Sect has never suffered a loss like this before. Are we going to be scared off by a mere unknown weapon refinement master?" Scoffing coldly, Elder Zhang said grimly, "After 2 years of observation, I'm certain that Ling must have mastered some sort of unique spirit gathering technique with a high efficiency rate. If we kill him, that spirit gathering will definitely belong to True Fire Sect as well. However, last night's events have already alerted the Azure Falcon Guards, and I'm sure the Emperor of Great Zhou knows about it too. I don't think we should strike in the capital." Guiyong frowned slightly. "Don't worry," Elder Zhang replied, "the Emperor will definitely give face to True Fire Sect and not interfere in this matter." Boom! The moment Elder Zhang said that, a deafening sound could be heard outside as if a meteor had crashed right in front of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang furrowed his brows and waved. "Go take a look at what happened outside. I'll pen the letter right now." "Yes." Guiyong turned to leave. With a sullen expression, Elder Zhang took out a letter from his storage bag and wrote furiously. Not long after Guiyong went out, he ran back into the back hall with a flustered expression and panting. Elder Zhang took up the letter he had just written and swayed to dry the ink before handing it to Guiyong. "Send this letter to the sect as quickly as possible." "This." Guiyong did not receive the letter as he stopped talking midway with a pale expression. What happened out there?" Elder Zhang asked with a raised brow. Guiyong gave a bitter smile. "Elder Zhang, you had better go see it for yourself." Elder Zhang held the letter in his left hand and strode out with a grave expression. Before he arrived at the entrance, Elder Zhang heard a commotion outside True Fire Weapon Workshop, as if countless people had gathered in discussion. True Fire Weapon Workshop has truly fallen greatly this time round. That's right, they've embarrassed themselves entirely. This is a complete defeat. I wonder whose idea it was to assassinate Mr. M.O. That person is the biggest sinner in True Fire Sect. A series of chaotic voices could be heard as Elder Zhang's expression turned uglier. The moment he stepped out of True Fire Weapon Workshop, the noise outside quietened down instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone turned to look at Elder Zhang with a strange gaze as they muttered softly. Surveying his surroundings, Elder Zhang's eyes finally landed on a huge notice stele on the other end with a brand new notice. "If any rogues dare to plot in the capital again and try to assassinate virtuous talents, they'll be killed without mercy. The masterminds will not be spared either." It was a murderous sentence. At the end was a square pattern. It was the Imperial Seal. Upon seeing those words along with the Imperial Seal, Elder Zhang felt as though he was struck by lightning. His head spun and his body swayed, nearly falling to the ground. Guiyong hurried forward to support Elder Zhang. After a moment, Elder Zhang took a deep breath of air and looked at the bearded man at the side, asking with much difficulty, "May I ask, Lord Commander? Is this notice truly the intention of your Majesty?" "What do you mean by that, Elder Zhang? Are you suspecting me of faking a message from the Emperor?" The bearded man reversed the question expressionlessly. Elder Zhang's heart skipped a beat as he replied hurriedly, "No, I'm not." Scoffing coldly, the bearded man turned and pointed to the imperial seal at the bottom of the notice, saying with a deep voice, "The imperial seal belongs to your majesty. How dare you question it, Then, for this notice to be placed here." Before Elder Zhang could finish, he was interrupted by the bearded man again. "By placing it here, it's a warning to evildoers that they had better watch themselves beneath the feet of the Emperor of Great Zhou and not thinking about creating any shit." With every word spoken by the bearded man, Elder Zhang's face turned paler. By the end of it all, Elder Zhang's eyes were dim and his heart was filled with despair. He also churned his spirit energy, crushing the letter in his hands into dust. There was no longer any need for the letter. After all, the Emperor had expressed his stance and had given a stern warning to True Fire Weapon Workshop. If True Fire Weapon Workshop dared lay their hands on Mo Ling again, they would offend the Emperor directly. Even if there were cultivators who did not know better yet, the fact that the notice was placed here would have them realize instantly that True Fire Weapon Workshop was the mastermind behind the previous night's assassination attempt. This was a complete defeat. Elder Zhang gave a long sigh and seemed like he had aged considerably in an instant. Turning around, he returned to True Fire Weapon Workshop with a dejected back view. For that brief moment, Elder Zhang felt regret. Perhaps, he should not have been so misguided to attempt an assassination on Mo Ling. Even though it was only afternoon, True Fire Weapon Workshop was closed for business. Everyone dispersed, but the discussions towards the matter did not die down. "Your Majesty is really something." Placing the notice in front of their place? He might as well just say it out loud. What do you know? True Fire Weapon Workshop is backed by True Fire Sect, one of the 5 major sects that has been around for many years with a strong foundation. Even the Emperor has to give them some face. If he were to say it out loud, it would be akin to falling out with them. There's no need for that. One of the cultivators smiled. "That notice sure is interesting. It didn't mention anything about True Fire Weapon Workshop or Mr. Mo, and yet even a fool can tell what it's referring to." "I know, right? It's just one step away from your Majesty declaring that he's got Mr. Mo's back in the capital from now on. I believe that no one in the capital will dare harbor any ill intentions to Mr. Mo from now on. Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop is also going to be an unshakable existence within the capital." Chapter 271, A Private Visit. Chapter 271, A Private Visit. Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Su Zimo walked out of his room and squinted his eyes at the noonday sun high in the sky. The sleepiness in his eyes gradually dissipated. Shuddering momentarily, a series of crackling sounds came from within his body. It was as though he was frying beans as his tendons and bones sounded together while his blood churned like a tsunami. Swoosh. When Su Zimo opened his mouth, he breathed out a long stream of white gas that was solid like a sword. The stream shot out for a few meters before dissipating gradually. In the folklore of mortals, immortals could soar through the skies and spit out flying swords, slicing the heads of their enemies from thousands of miles away. The scene that had just happened was extremely similar to the flying swords that were spat out in the folklores. If any mortals who did not know about cultivation were to catch sight of it, they would be shocked to death. In reality, that stream of white gas was no flying sword. It was because after refining the organ's refinement section, Su Zimo's organs turned stronger and resulted in the phenomenal sight of him exhaling his breath like a sword. Of course, that stream of white gas did not have any killing power, let alone kill anyone from thousands of miles away. After the assassination attempt of the previous night and refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon for the bearded man, Su Zimo did not sleep for an entire night and was mentally exhausted. He rested for the entire afternoon and had only just gotten up. The wound on his arm had healed and his spirit had recovered as well. The moment Su Zimo sat down on the stone bench in his courtyard, the door of the entrance was pushed open. Nian Qi was eating a string of candied hawthorns as she entered merrily with smiles on her face, seemingly having encountered something fun. "Sir, you're awake." The moment Nian Qi caught sight of Su Zimo, she greeted him with bright eyes. Nodding, Su Zimo asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Look at how you're smiling." "Hee, I can't hide anything from you, sir." Nian Qi ran over with a smile and sat beside him. In 2 years, Nian Qi had changed a lot, and it wasn't only in terms of her cultivation. 2 years ago, when Nian Qi had just moved in, Su Zimo could sense that she was still extremely guarded against him. As time went by, she was less guarded as well. At the same time, Nian Qi became more cheerful and lively. Mysteriously, Nian Qi remarked, "Sir, guess what I saw at Yongxing City earlier on? Something related to last night?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked. Nian Qi's eyes widened and she nodded her head repeatedly, revealing the Emperor's notice. "Sir, you didn't see the look on the face of that elder from True Fire Weapon Workshop. It was truly exciting." "Humph, how satisfying." A look of surprise flashed in Su Zimo's eyes. He had not expected that the Emperor of Great Zhou would express his stance at this moment. "Sir, all the cultivators in the capital are discussing this right now. They're saying that you can do whatever you want in the capital from now on." Nian Qi mimicked the tone of others and said it in a rough voice, looking rather comical. Su Zimo smiled. Clang! 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 Right then, a series of knocks rang from the entrance. Su Zimo exchanged glances with Nian Qi, both confused. It was already in the middle of the month now. If anyone wanted to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons, they would have to wait for the following month. Why would anyone turn up now? Nian Qi dashed over and opened the door. 2 cultivators stood at the entrance. One of them was a middle-aged man in yellow robes. He had a wide forehead, a deep gaze and an extraordinary aura. The other person was more scholarly, standing behind the first person as his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Nian Qi frowned. She could not detect the cultivation realms of the 2 of them using her spirit-peering art. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the 2 people in front of her had cultivated some sort of a cultivation realm concealment technique. Second, the cultivation of the 2 people had already surpassed Golden Core and were at nascent soul realm. Instantly, Nian Qi eliminated the second scenario. As nascent souls, there was no reason for them to be here. While Su Zimo could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he would not attract the attention of nascent souls. "Fellow Taoists, what brings you here today?" Nian Qi stood at the entrance and asked the both of them, blocking their way. The yellow-robed man smiled and said, "Young lady, that's not the right way to treat guests, right? To speak to us while blocking us from entering? What do you have to say that you can't say from out there?" Nian Qi tilted her head and asked in seriousness. The 2 men outside exchanged glances speechlessly. The yellow-robed man smiled. "Young lady, I came here today due to the reputation of Mr. M.O. I wish to see him and ask for a favor to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon." "No." Before the yellow-robed man could finish, he was interrupted by Nian Qi. Nian Qi continued, "Our young master only refines a single supreme-grade spirit weapon every month and will sell that offer through an auction at the start of every month. If you wish to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon, you'll have to come for the auction next month." The yellow-robed man was stunned for a moment. For such a long time, there had been no one dared to interrupt him or turn him away. The scholarly man behind him showed a look of anger. Frowning slightly, he said in a seemingly reprimanding tone, "Girl, you." The yellow-robed man glanced sideways slightly and stopped the scholarly man. Turning back, the yellow-robed man smiled. "Young lady, tell me. What's the highest bid for a supreme-grade spirit weapon at this month's auction?" Without thinking, Nian Qi blurted out, 1,200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. "All right." The yellow-robed man nodded. "I'll offer twice that amount for Mr. Mo to help me refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon personally. 2,400,000. Nian Qi was shocked. That was a frightening amount, and most golden cores would not be able to produce it. Unable to make up her mind, Nian Qi turned back to Su Zimo, who was in the courtyard instinctively. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he sipped his tea slowly. Placing the teacup down, he nodded. Let them in. Nian Qi gave way and the two of them entered Mo's spirit weapon workshop. The moment they entered, the yellow-robed man's gaze landed on Su Zimo with a look of interest as he nodded in acknowledgement. Sit. Su Zimo did not stand up and pointed to the stone bench opposite him with that single comment. The yellow-robed man sat down while the scholarly man stood at the side, surveying the surroundings. His gaze lingered on Night Spirit for a brief moment and lit up. Su Zimo looked at the yellow-robed man and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "How may I address you, fellow Taoist?" "My surname is Zhou." The yellow-robed man's expression did not change. Su Zimo nodded, not saying anything. With a faint smile, the yellow-robed man asked, "I've heard a lot about Mr. Mo. I wonder what sect you're from and who your master is for your splendid weapon refinement skills." Raising his head, Su Zimo played with the teacup in his hands and looked at the yellow-robed man with a fake smile, asking instead, "Weren't you here to refine weapons, fellow Taoist? What's your motive for checking up on my background now?" "You're overthinking it, Mr. Mo. I was merely curious and asked out of instinct." The yellow-robed man's expression was the same, as if he had truly asked it casually. He nodded to the scholarly man beside him. Instantly, the scholarly man retrieved 30 sets of materials from his storage bag and 2,400,000 spirit stones. He put them all into a storage bag and placed it in front of Su Zimo. Chapter 272, The Emperor's Thoughts. Chapter 272, The Emperor's Thoughts. "Mr. Mo, do check through it." The yellow-robed man raised his chin and glanced, signaling for Su Zimo to take stock of the materials and spirit stones in the storage bag. A faint smile hung on Su Zimo's lips as he said nonchalantly, "You sure are generous, fellow Taoist. Most cultivators wouldn't be able to produce this much materials and spirit stones." The yellow-robed man's expression remained unchanged and he did not explain himself either, merely repeating his specifications. After a moment of silence, the yellow-robed man continued, "After this supreme-grade flying sword is forged, we'll leave it with you, Mr. Mo. Someone will come for it when the time is ripe. 1 year at most. Nothing later will be entertained." Su Zimo said indifferently. The sect competition was due to start in less than a year. By then, he would definitely have left the capital. The yellow-robed man stood up and bid farewell, leaving with the scholarly man. After leaving Mo's spirit weapon workshop, the yellow-robed man finally turned back on the main street and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop with lit-up eyes of great interest. The yellow-robed man was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. The scholarly man behind him was perfected Lord Mingzhe. If I hadn't seen it personally, it would be truly hard to believe that the person who could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons would be such a young junior, the Emperor lamented as he could not conceal the admiration in his eyes. Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded. That person's cultivation is indeed only at late-stage foundation establishment and he hasn't cultivated any cultivation concealment techniques. There was no one else in that residence too. There were many mysteries surrounding Ling, but what the Emperor was most curious about was the assassination attempt of the previous night. Given Ling's cultivation, he should have died. How did he manage to last for 10 breaths of time and even kill a golden core instead? Initially, the Emperor had 2 speculations. First, Ling had cultivated some sort of cultivation concealment technique and his actual cultivation was at golden core. Second, there was an expert hidden in Mo's spirit weapon workshop. On the one hand, their visit today was to check out Ling. On the other hand, they wanted to unravel this mystery. However, after leaving Mo's spirit weapon workshop, the two of them were even more puzzled. Neither speculation fit the bill. They made a sudden visit and both of them scanned Mo's spirit weapon workshop entirely with their spirit consciousnesses. However, there were no signs of any third party. In other words, they were back to where they had started. 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and a black dog at Foundation Establishment realm. How did the 3 of them manage to last 10 breaths against the combined assault of 2 golden cores? Interesting, a mysterious person. The Emperor chuckled and asked, "What else did you discover?" Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe replied in a low voice, "That black dog is not simple. Even though it was lying far away looking like it was asleep, I could sense that it was watching us." "Can you tell what spirit demon that is?" "No. It might be a variant spirit demon born from the fusion of 2 different spirit demon races." The both of them conversed and arrived at the palace before long. At the entrance of the palace, a black armored guard quickly walked up and knelt on one knee, saying in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I've already investigated the background of Mo Ling. However, there's little to be known." The Emperor asked, "Oh? Tell me everything that you found out." The guard replied, 2 years ago, Mo Ling appeared outside the capital seemingly out of thin air. No one saw how he arrived. That's all? That's all. The Emperor frowned. This was as good as having found out nothing. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through the Emperor's mind as he suddenly asked, "The day that Mo Ling appeared in the capital 2 years ago. Was that the same day of the dragon's attack?" "Yes." The guard nodded. Not long after Mo Ling appeared, the divine dragon descended. Thereafter, a mysterious expert showed up and pushed back the divine dragon. When he heard that, perfected Lord Ming-Zhe came to a gradual realization as his eyes lit up. "Your Majesty is guessing that Mo Ling is related to that mysterious expert?" "Yes. Mo Ling might be the disciple of that mysterious expert," the Emperor said in a low voice. "Given the methods of that mysterious expert, even if his disciple is only at Foundation Establishment realm, there's a high possibility he could hold out 10 breaths against the assassination of 2 golden cores." Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe nodded. The mysterious expert appeared suddenly and was definitely not someone of the capital of Great Zhou. In that case, Mo Ling might truly be related to that mysterious expert. The Emperor laughed. Someone like that is definitely a talent in cultivation, much stronger than any Tom, Dick or Harry. "Right, when is Shui returning?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The sect competition will start in less than a year. The 3rd princess will definitely return prior to that," perfected Lord Ming-Zhe consoled. Furrowing his brows, the Emperor said, "Because of that Su Zimo or whoever, Shui has been fighting with me all these years. She hasn't even bothered to come home at all, really now." Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Your Majesty, for you to suddenly mention the 3rd princess, are you thinking of introducing Mo Ling to her and matchmake them to be Dao partners?" "I do have that intention." The Emperor continued, "At least to me, this Mo Ling is worthy of Shui and he's much stronger than that so-called Su Zimo she mentioned previously. Fufu, the son of a general of a vassal state and a trash without a spirit root. Someone like that wishes to join the Ji family?" "Yes, the 2 of them are similar in terms of age and cultivation. Furthermore, Mo Ling is a top-notch weapon refinement master. He's rather fitting." Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe nodded. The Emperor scoffed coldly, "Shui is pure and innocent with a narrow vision, that's why she was hoodwinked by some scheming people. Once she returns, I'll have her meet with Mo Ling. Even if they're not compatible, it'll open her eyes to what a true genius is really like." Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe commented, "Your Majesty is not stingy with praising him. Seems like you truly have high hopes for this person." "Yes." The Emperor nodded. "You heard my conversation with him earlier too. I wanted to check out his background but he was so vigilant. Not only did he handle it with ease and not let anything slip, he even tried to check out my identity in reverse, Fufu." The Emperor laughed. "It's truly remarkable for someone his age to have that sort of mentality and wisdom." "That's right." Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe agreed. "That lad is composed, calm as a lake despite containing boisterous thunder within. He's truly quite a character. The emperor continued, furthermore, that Su Zimo was chosen by Shui herself after all. If he could be half of what Imo Ling is, or even 1/10, I don't mind letting him be her Dao partner. By the way, do you think he saw through our identities? The emperor asked in a seemingly joking manner. How is that possible? Perfected Lord Mingzhe shook his head with a smile. If he could tell of your majesty's identity through just that brief contact, he wouldn't be a genius. He would be a demon instead. Chapter 273, Greater Mastery of Organs Refinement. Chapter 273, Greater Mastery of Organs Refinement. Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Nian Qi sat opposite Su Zimo and praised, Sir, you're amazing. Even cultivators from afar are coming because of your reputation. How do you know that they're from afar? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Nian Qi replied, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop has been open for 2 years now. The fact that those two turned up in the middle of the month means that they don't know our rules. It's likely that they're cultivators from outside of the capital. Fu, you're truly mistaken then. Su Zimo smiled faintly and shook his head. Not only are they from the capital, they're from the palace. The palace? Nian Qi was shocked and probed, could they be royalty? Su Zimo nodded. The yellow-robed man in front is not simple. He carries a majestic aura that most cultivators do not possess. Not only that, he's extremely generous and can offer 2,400,000 superior-grade spirit stones right away. How can normal cultivators possess such a capability? Nian Qi nodded, not fully understanding. Su Zimo continued, furthermore, that person exuded a domineering presence. While he was trying his best to conceal it intentionally, that sort of presence is formed after a long time of being at the top. It's something that's difficult to hide entirely. Oh. Nian Qi let out a look of realization. No wonder I felt that the yellow-robed man had a strong aura. Every single word and action of his carried authority with it. Rubbing her chin, Nian Qi seemed to have thought of something inexplicable as she fell into deep thought. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything to interrupt her. Dipping his finger in tea, he wrote a word on the table and stood to leave. The royal family's surname is Ji. However, that person said that his surname was Zhou. Was he lying? Seemingly in deep thought, Nian Qi mumbled, Zhou, Zhou, Zhou. After a while, her gaze turned around and landed on the table inadvertently where she caught sight of the word that had yet to dry up and emitted a faint fragrance of tea. Emperor. Nian Qi exclaimed, seemingly realized something. After the emperor's notice, the capital indeed calmed down. No faction dared to be stupid enough to challenge the royal family's authority at a time like this. As for Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, its status in the capital grew daily and so did their reputation. Every auction at the start of the months would attract many golden cores and most of them were at late stage or perfected golden cores. The golden cores were either extremely strong or had powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, they would not have been able to gather that many spirit stones. A few months later, even cultivators from outside the capital rushed thousands of miles over just to auction for a supreme-grade spirit weapon at Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Naturally, the guesses and rumors about Imo Ling's identity, appearance, and background had never stopped. Many cultivators claimed to have seen Imo Ling personally and were proud of it. However, their descriptions of Imo Ling varied completely. There were all sorts of versions and all kinds of strange. Only a few pieces of information were widely accepted by the masses. First, Mr. Mo was a golden core and was strong. The reason for this piece of information, apart from the description of some cultivators, was due to the assassination on a night a couple of months ago. Second, Mr. Mo had a unique technique for spirit gathering that had a high success rate. That was something everyone acknowledged with ease. Not only that, the masses even came up with a name for that spirit gathering technique, Mo Clan's spirit gathering technique. Third, Mr. Mo was definitely someone not to be offended in the capital. Even the Emperor of Great Zhou had specially issued a notice to refer to him as a virtuous talent. Because of this, even True Fire Weapon Workshop, which was backed by True Fire sect, was utterly defeated. Who else would dare offend Mr. Mo in the capital of Great Zhou? Furthermore, one could dream of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon in Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop once they offended Mr. Mo. Regarding the rumors out there, Su Zimo could not be bothered to clarify things. Naturally, he was not hiding his identity intentionally. It was just that he had been well off and rarely appeared for the past 2 years, therefore giving off a sense of mystery to everyone. Su Zimo had reaped a lot from his 2 years of cultivation. Thanks to the large amount of spirit stones replenishment, Su Zimo's cultivation was already approaching perfected foundation establishment. While his cultivation speed was a little terrifying, it was understandable as well. For foundation establishment cultivators, it would be fortuitous enough for them to have sufficient spirit stones to cultivate with. As for Su Zimo, he had a constant supply of superior-grade spirit stones, and as such, his efforts were naturally halved. It was also partly due to his weapon refinement. To outsiders, Su Zimo could only refine a single supreme-grade spirit weapon once a month. But in reality, he would spend every single afternoon refining supreme-grade spirit weapons to hone his skills. As time passed, alongside the continuous practice, Su Zimo's weapon refinement technique was at a point of proficiency where it was difficult to improve further. At this point, Su Zimo also realized that it was immensely difficult to refine perfect spirit weapons. Success was only possible when technique, mental state and environmental factors were interlinked seamlessly. Since it was called perfect, it meant that there could not be any flaws right from the very first step of weapon refinement, material selection. Up till the very last step of quenching, any single slight mistake in the middle would fail to make things perfect. Initially, Su Zimo intended to create a set of perfect-grade flying swords for his sword formations. However, now that it seemed impossible, Su Zimo could only compromise and refine a set of supreme-grade flying swords. Of course, Su Zimo's compromise was something that could not be better in the eyes of outsiders. A supreme-grade spirit weapon was enough to attract countless top-tier golden cores to fight for it. A set might attract a massacre. This day, Su Zimo came forth from his room with a faint smile on his face. There was slightly more than a month to the sect competition, and the dragon egg's essence energy in his body had been refined and absorbed completely. He was at greater mastery of his organs refinement section. His 5 organs qi circulated continuously, nourishing his skin, flesh, tendons, bones and marrow, and forming a minor heavenly cycle in his body. Prior to his, at lesser mastery of the organs refinement section, Su Zimo had killed the blood-robed youth who was at Formeridian Foundation establishment back in Dongling Valley when he released all his might with the power of blood qi. Now, Su Zimo estimated that even if he did not reveal his demonic qi or channel his bloodline, his physical strength alone would be enough to suppress Formeridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If he were to channel his bloodline, it would be more than enough to take down 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If he were to release it together with his blood qi, Su Zimo's combat strength would be even more terrifying. Of course, that was referring to the difference in strength. After all, there were way too many variables that affected the outcomes of fights on the battlefield. Now that he had refined the dragon egg's essence energy completely, he had also removed the latent danger of being hunted down by the dragon race. Prior to this, Su Zimo did not even dare to step out of the capital. But now, he felt as though he was relieved of a huge burden and broken free of his shackles. He could not help but feel delighted. "Sir, what are you so happy about?" Nian Qi sat on the grass and hugged her knees, turning to ask with her clear eyes. In the past 3 years, this was a rare time that Nian Qi had seen Su Zimo reveal such a smile. Waving his hand, Su Zimo said, "Let's go out for a walk and get some fresh air." "Sure." Nian Qi clapped and smiled like a flower, jumping up from the ground. Chapter 274, Meeting Xiaoning Again. Chapter 274, Meeting Xiaoning Again. Ever since Nian Qi moved in, this was the first time the two of them had gone out together. After 3 years, there hadn't been much changes in the capital. However, as the sect competition was approaching, their number of cultivators going about had increased significantly. For the past 3 years, Nian Qi's hair had been yellowed, withered and curled up, looking disheveled. However, she was more beautiful. Slim and elegant, her skin was fair and tender, looking delicately sweet. While Su Zimo could not be considered as extremely handsome, he had delicate features and a steady aura. His green robes fluttered in the wind and he exuded an extraordinary aura, emitting a unique sense of charisma. The woman was beautiful and the man was charming. Walking on the streets of the capital, the two of them looked like a match made in heaven and attracted everyone's attention. Isn't that the maidservant called Nian Qi from Mo's spirit weapon workshop? In the crowd, some of the cultivators that had seen Nian Qi before recognized her. It really seems like her. Who's the guy beside her? He looks unfamiliar and I've never seen him before. I've got it. A cultivator said hatefully, that green-robed cultivator must have gotten close to Nian Qi because he wants to approach Mr. Mo. What a scheming person. Yes, that seems to be the case. Enlightened, everyone agreed readily. That's not a bad idea. To think that he beat me to it. Even though the surroundings were bustling with noise, Su Zimo and Nian Qi's ears were extremely strong and could hear the discussions of those people. Sir, they're so stupid. Nian Qi whispered and pursed her lips, smiling. Suddenly, a weak voice rang from the crowd. Actually, I feel that the green-robed cultivator could be Mr. Mo. The moment that voice sounded, it caused a burst of ridicule. Fellow Daoist, you're an outsider, right? Don't talk if you don't know anything lest you embarrass yourself. Fellow Daoist, don't tell me you don't know how to use spirit-peering art at all. Can't you tell the cultivation of that green-robed cultivator? Fufu, everyone in the capital knows that Mr. Mo is a golden core. Furthermore, Nian Qi is Mr. Mo's maidservant. Have you ever seen a maidservant that walks side by side with her master while chatting and laughing without any respect? For the past 3 years, Su Zimo spent every day with Nian Qi. Outsiders thought that she was his maidservant, but Su Zimo had never seen her as one. The reason why he was willing to take in Nian Qi initially was out of compassion. The two of them continued strolling idly. Before long, a young foundation establishment cultivator popped out of nowhere. He lifted his hair and smiled to Nian Qi, saying in a gentle voice, "Miss Nian Qi, please don't be taken in by the sweet nothings of this man. He has a purpose for wanting to get close to you." The young cultivator pointed at Su Zimo with conviction and an unfriendly expression. Su Zimo even suspected that if they were not in the capital, this cultivator might have rushed up and challenged him to a life-and-death duel. "None of your business, go away." Nian Qi berated him as she pulled Su Zimo around this person and continued forward. "What's interesting about the capital today? Let's go take a look." Su Zimo glanced sideways and asked. "Interesting things." Pondering for a short moment, Nian Qi said, "There's an elixir competition at Yongxing City today. I heard that 2 cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop got into a conflict and both parties decided on today to determine who is better in elixir refinement by comparing to see who can refine higher graded elixirs." The security in the capital was extremely tight as the sect competition approached. From a single guard squad shift, it was now 2 guard squads on a single shift. In other words, there would always be 2 guard squads on patrol in the capital daily and they could arrive immediately should any trouble arise. Under such circumstances, no cultivator or faction dared to start a fight in the capital. If they wanted to resolve grudges, a way of doing so was to compete in elixir and weapon refinement. Furthermore, this was a grudge between 2 major elixir workshops in Yongxing City to begin with, and a competition in elixir refinement was the most logical way of settling things. True Fire Elixir Workshop, Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Su Zimo murmured softly and smiled. "Let's go and check it out." True Fire Elixir Workshop was backed by True Fire Sect, while Azure Frost Elixir Workshop was backed by Azure Frost Sect. Those were two of the 5 major sects, and furthermore, Su Zimo had dealings with both of them. There was not much to say about True Fire Sect. In the past 3 years, they suffered a huge loss in his hands. As for Azure Frost Sect, Ji Yaoshue was in Azure Frost Sect and had even invited Su Zimo to join back then, but was rejected by him. Su Xiaoning was also cultivating in Azure Frost Sect. Before long, the two of them arrived at Yongxing City. "Hurry, let's go take a look. It's already begun. I heard that this person from True Fire Elixir Workshop is a talent in True Fire Sect in recent years. His name is He Xing, and he'll definitely have a spot in the Elixir rankings of the sect competition. I heard that the Elixir Refinement Master from Azure Frost Sect is a young lady, but she isn't famous. I wonder how she got the courage to compete against He Xing." Su Zimo and Nian Qi quickly reached their destination as they followed the flow of the crowd. In a corner of Yongxing City, there was an empty space in the middle of a dense crowd. At that moment, a man and a woman were wielding elixir furnaces in their hands while pouring materials into it. The man had a dignified appearance, but his lips were extremely thin, as if symbolizing that he was a heartless person. The man was smelting the materials, but his gaze was on the woman beside him. He had a relaxed expression and he was smirking with a flash of mockery in his eyes. Su Zimo looked at the girl and could not help but shudder, almost exclaiming. While it was only a side profile, Su Zimo recognized the woman instantly. It was Su Xiaoning. The young lady that was competing against True Fire Sect's He Xing in an elixir refinement competition was none other than his sister that he had not seen for many years, Su Xiaoning. Su Zimo initially thought that he would have to wait for the sect competition to begin officially before he could see his sister again. He did not expect to meet her here today. "What's wrong, sir?" Nian Qi was the closest to Su Zimo, and she asked hurriedly when she noticed something amiss with his reaction. "It's nothing." He had a smile and his gaze lingered on Su Xiaoning, warm and tender. After not seeing her for a few years, Su Xiaoning had grown up quite a bit. She had a slim figure and her long hair was draped over her singlet, tied up with a blue ribbon. Wearing white robes, she was immaculately clean and bore the demeanor of an immortal cultivator. Actually, Su Zimo had been thinking about Xiaoning all these years. She had a poor spirit root, and even with Ji Yaoshue's help, she might suffer from endless bullying and trampling in the sect. If not for the fact that his own future was uncertain back then, Su Zimo would have definitely brought Xiaoning with him. Taking a close look, Su Zimo saw that Xiaoning had only just entered Foundation Establishment realm. She had a pseudo-spirit root, and it was already remarkable for her to reach this realm within a few years. It was not hard to imagine that Xiaoning must have suffered a lot in this process. Song Qi had a pseudo-spirit root and he had cultivated for most of his life, but he was still unable to attain Foundation Establishment realm. What surprised Su Zimo the most was that Xiaoning was an elixir refinement master. He had some knowledge of elixir refinement and could naturally tell that Xiaoning's was proficient in it. Furthermore, she was extremely focused throughout the entire process and was completely unaffected by her environment, possessing the mental fortitude required of an elixir refinement master. Chapter 275, This is truly elixir refinement. Chapter 275, This is truly elixir refinement. There was only a single word of difference between elixir and weapon refinement on the surface, but in reality, there was a huge difference. Weapon refinement required a high level of spirit fire. The higher the level of spirit fire, the higher the efficiency and outcome of the smelting process where impurities were purged. However, it was different for elixir refinement. Elixir refinement placed a huge emphasis on the mastery of spirit fire. That was because spirit herbs were different from the materials used for weapons and they had a low burning point. Even a level 1 spirit fire could refine most of the spirit herbs. In elixir refinement, there were 2 extraction processes which required a precise mastery of the spirit fire's temperature. If the temperature was too high, the spirit herbs would be burned to a crisp. If it was too low, one would not be able to extract the essences of the spirit herbs. While elixir refinement did not require spirit gathering, it required an in-depth knowledge towards the thousands of spirit herbs out there. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more complex the recipe was and the more things one would be required to remember. The true top-tier elixir refinement grandmasters even had to memorize millions of spirit herbs. In the empty space, the elixir refinement master from True Fire Elixir Workshop, He Xing, had a level 2 spirit fire and a proficient mastery of it as well. Su Xiaoning only had a level 1 spirit fire, but she was not weaker in terms of temperature control. The two of them were refining an extremely common elixir, Spirit Regeneration Elixir. There were 3 grades to the Spirit Regeneration Elixir and it was used for recovering spirit energy. Naturally, the difference in grade affected the effect of the elixirs. Both of them were refining grade 2 Spirit Regeneration Elixirs and there were up to 28 different types of spirit herbs required in the recipe. Of the 28 herbs, a mistake in a single stalk of herb would result in a failure of elixir formation. He Xing's technique was evidently slightly more brilliant. However, that person's gaze was extremely evil and would fall on Su Xiaoning's body from time to time, scanning her from head to toe boldly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and a killing intent flashed. Sensing something, Nian Qi looked at Su Zimo with a strange manner before turning to Su Xiaoning in deep thoughts. He Xing's elixir refinement techniques are decent but his methods are somewhat despicable. A cultivator from the crowd muttered. Someone else covered the former's mouth immediately. Hush! Softer, lest you get yourself into trouble. The spectators were clear. Most cultivators could tell that He Xing's intention of looking at Su Xiaoning that way during elixir refinement was to disrupt her mental state. The greatest taboo of elixir refinement was to get distracted. Be it during extraction or formation, one's efforts would go to waste the moment they were slightly distracted. However, Su Xiaoning was seemingly oblivious to He Xing's provocation as she extracted the ingredients in her hands with focus meticulously. She was careful and her focus moved the crowd. To everyone, it was clear that Su Xiaoning's technique in elixir refinement was inferior to He Xing's. However, her focus was countless times stronger than his. Su Zimo nodded silently in satisfaction. What grudge do these two have with one another? Why are they challenging one another in elixir refinement here? Su Zimo glanced at a cultivator beside him and asked softly. The person answered, actually, it's nothing much either. I heard that it's because of an elixir furnace. This lady cultivator from Azure Frost sect took a liking to it first and had already paid for it in spirit stones. However, He Xing came across it and insisted on paying double to buy the elixir furnace. Because the lady cultivator was unwilling, both parties bore a grudge then. Later on, He Xing kept trying to cause trouble for this lady cultivator time and again. Annoyed by it, she agreed to this elixir refinement challenge. Su Zimo frowned. That lady is an elixir refinement master from Azure Frost sect, but her sect mates are alright with her being bullied by someone from True Fire Elixir Workshop? I don't know about that. The person shook his head. However, He Xing comes from a strong background and he's the most promising elixir refinement master of his generation in True Fire sect. His brother, He Jiang, is said to be extremely strong and is the #1 of all foundation establishment cultivators in True Fire sect. He's definitely going to make the top 10 of the spirit ranking list in this sect competition. Of the He brothers, one is strong in elixir refinement and the other has terrifying combat strength. They are famous and hold a high status in True Fire sect. I reckon that the head of Azure Frost Elixir Workshop must be trying to avoid trouble between the two sects and does not want to offend He Xing. Su Zimo nodded expressionlessly. In this short while, He Xing and Su Xiaoning were already at the 4th step of elixir refinement, the secondary extraction. Seeing that Su Xiaoning was indifferent, He Xing's gaze got even more daring and he gave off a series of strange laughters. Su Xiaoning seemed oblivious to it and stared at the elixir furnace before her intently, using her spirit fire to control the temperature of the flames before purging the impurities in the combined essence of the spirit herbs bit by bit. He Xing stood there laughing non-stop. Su Xiaoning remained silently, merely focusing on her elixir refinement. It was as if she was immersed in her refinement process and had forgotten that she was surrounded by people. The difference in strength between the both sides was obvious. Xing was stronger than Su Xiaoning in terms of elixir refinement technique. But now, in everyone's eyes, Xing was just like a clown. The warm sunlight shone on the girl's body, as if she radiated with a glow as colorful lights appeared. The girl's nose was sharp and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead that glistened in a beautiful manner. At this moment, a thought flashed through everyone's minds. This was truly elixir refinement. This was how elixir refinement masters should be like. In the hands of that lady, elixir refinement seemed to possess a soul and a life of its own. She was not refining elixirs, but giving birth to a brand new life. Looking at the lady refine elixirs, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude as they found themselves immersed in the world of elixir refinement masters, witnessing the birth of a new life. Right then, Su Zimo smiled. He smiled brightly. Xiaoning had finally found her path. Su Zimo had dabbled in elixir refinement as well and had even obtained number 1 of Elixir Peak back in Ethereal Peak. But at this moment, he could not help but admit that he was far inferior to his sister in terms of elixir refinement. What he knew was the basics of elixirs. However, what Xiaoning knew was the truth of elixirs. Gradually, an invisible aura formed around Su Xiaoning, growing stronger by the moment. This was the aura of a top-tier elixir refinement master. Xing's expression changed. Under the repression of Su Xiaoning's aura, his heart was in a mess and his flames fluttered, almost burning the herbal essence in his elixir furnace. Taking a deep breath, Xing composed himself and focused on his elixir refinement. However, it was too late by then. Su Xiaoning was a step faster in ending the secondary extraction. A fragrant medicinal aroma wafted out of the elixir furnace. Everyone around them could feel invigorated and the spirit energies within their bodies stirred. Su Xiaoning closed her eyes and rested for a while. By the time she opened them, her gaze was resolute as she began on elixir formation. At that moment, Xing was just done with his secondary extraction. While there was also a medicinal aroma floating out of Xing's elixir furnace, it was faint and no one felt anything from sniffing it. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Xiaoning's elixir would definitely be better than Xing's after the formation process. Through the medicinal aroma, the surrounding elixir refinement masters could already vaguely tell that Su Xiaoning's elixir might even be a perfect elixir with 5 elixir patterns. Chapter 276, Unforeseen Situation. Chapter 276, Unforeseen Situation. Junior sister Xiaoning is going to win. Yes, this will count towards improving Azure Frost Elixir Workshop's reputation as well. Within the crowd, a couple of disciples from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop discussed softly with excited expressions. It's just a grade 2 elixir. Even if she wins this, what does this have to do with our reputation? The reputation of Azure Frost Elixir Workshop has been built up over thousands of years. What has it got to do with her? The person who spoke was a female cultivator in a long, yellow dress. She had a voluptuous figure and her chin was slightly raised, revealing her neck that was slender and fair as a swan's with a haughty expression. It was obvious that the yellow-dressed woman held a high position in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop as the few cultivators who were discussing earlier shut up immediately in fear after hearing her speak. Senior Sister Yang is absolutely right. A disciple from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop replied with a smile. On the other side, a group of disciples from True Fire Elixir Workshop were also watching the situation unfold with grave expressions. The situation's not good. Senior brother, he's going to lose. Don't worry, there's no way that woman from Azure Frost sect is going to win today. Wait for senior brother, he's gazed to act. The person who spoke wore a faint red robe and his lips were slightly curled with a cold expression. His name was Pang Ming and he was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. Beside him was a ferocious-looking spirit lion. Digging into the ground with its feet, the beast's mouth was opened slightly, revealing its sharp fangs within. In the empty space, the elixir furnace in front of Su Xiaoning exuded a fragrant medicinal aroma that grew richer by the moment, spreading through the crowd. White smoke wafted through the holes of the elixir furnace, changing the mist of the surroundings while shrouding Su Xiaoning within. The vague concealment of her body made her seem like a fairy that had descended on the mortal realm. A white-haired elderly man sniffed the fragrance that drifted over and closed his eyes in an intoxicated manner. Based on my experience, this girl from Azure Frost sect should have refined a perfect spirit regeneration elixir. Upon hearing that, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That elderly man was the most famous advanced elixir refinement master in Yongqing City. The result wouldn't be much different from his claim. He Xing could also tell that if this continued, he would definitely lose. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Pang Ming, who was in the crowd while condensing his elixir. Pang Ming understood and nodded the head of the spirit lion beside him. With a swift motion, the spirit lion growled deeply and leaped forward, waving its paw while slapping towards Su Xiaoning's elixir furnace. The change was way too sudden, such that even the onlookers did not expect it, let alone Su Xiaoning, who was focused on her elixir refinement. This was the capital of Great Zhou, after all, where fighting was prohibited. Now that they were close to the sect competition, the atmosphere was even more tense. Not far away, a guard from one of the 3 great guard squads, Scarlet Vulture, rode on his Scarlet Vulture and patrolled in midair while wielding a dagger axe in his hands with a stern expression. However, no one expected that this spirit lion from True Fire Elixir Workshop would leap out at a moment like this. Piak! With ease, the spirit lion sent Su Xiaoning's elixir furnace flying with a single slap. It fell to the ground with a bang, and the elixir within the elixir furnace erupted, causing black smoke to billow out. It was clear now that the elixir formation had failed. The greatest taboo of the elixir formation process was for one to be disturbed. A slight fluctuation in one's mental state could cause elixir formation to fail, let alone having their elixir furnace knocked away. Ah! Su Xiaoning shrieked and blood flashed on her arm. When the spirit lion knocked the elixir furnace flying, Su Xiaoning sustained a scratch from the spirit lion on her arm because she had reacted slower. While it was not a serious injury, her shirt was stained red. After knocking the elixir furnace and injuring her, the spirit lion ran back under Pang Ming's reprimand. Coughing gently, Pang Ming gave a fake smile. Fellow Daoist from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, how sorry. I have failed to control my beast properly, to think that it would have ran out and shocked you. I'll punish it right away. With that said, Pang Ming tapped the spirit lion on the head lightly. It shrugged its head indifferently before rubbing against Pang Ming's body. Haha. A burst of laughter broke out from the crowd of True Fire Elixir Workshop. Everyone could naturally tell that Pang Ming had ordered the spirit lion to hurt the girl and knock the elixir furnace over. Looking at the elixir furnace that had fallen not far away on the ground, Su Xiaoning pursed her lips. She had forgotten about the pain on her arm and her eyes were reddened, slightly teary. At that moment, the first emotion that gushed into Su Xiaoning's was not anger, but sadness. Right from the beginning, she had not been distracted at all and was wholeheartedly focused on refining her spirit regeneration elixir. She was not wrong. She was extremely focused. However, it was destroyed by others and her efforts were in vain. She was just a little short. Sigh. A perfect spirit regeneration elixir was just about to be born, but it was gone just like that. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in unison. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Because the spirit lion was not targeting him, his spirit perception had no reaction. Furthermore, he had not expected that cultivators of True Fire Elixir Workshop would dare command their spirit lion to attack someone in front of everyone in the capital. Looking at Xiaoning, who was standing on the spot tearfully, the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart surged and it was almost impossible to contain. Nian Qi, who was standing beside him, was the first to notice it. She felt an unprecedented sense of trepidation coming from Su Zimo. Glancing askance, Nian Qi's heart skipped a beat when she caught sight of Su Zimo's gaze. She had witnessed that terrifying gaze one other time. That was the same gaze that Su Zimo had during that night half a year ago when he was faced against two golden cores. It was cold, indifferent and calm like a sea of extermination. Nian Qi pondered for a moment before leaving the crowd silently. She looked around and sped off to somewhere nearby. When faced with such an unforeseen situation, Su Zimo did not appear right away. Instead, he was calm and looked on coldly. He was waiting. Waiting for the reaction from both factions. At this moment, the ones who should have the biggest reaction should be the Scarlet Vulture guards who were patrolling an Azure Frost Elixir workshop that Xiaoning was from. However, Su Zimo was disappointed. He personally witnessed the gazes of two Scarlet Vulture guards staring at this place. Lingering shortly, they chose to turn their heads away and pretend as though they did not see anything. True Fire Elixir Workshop is really too much. That's right. It's obvious that the Spirit Lion was deliberately causing trouble, but they're pretending to be innocent. Among the crowd, a cultivator frowned and asked, "The Scarlet Vulture guards are nearby. They seem to have witnessed everything. Why aren't they rushing here yet?" "I think you don't know, right?" An elderly man said. It's said that the commander of the Scarlet Vulture guards, the Golden Corps with the nickname of Bald Vulture, once stayed for a period of time in True Fire's sect and as such is considered as half a disciple of theirs. Since these Scarlet Vulture guards are his underlings, they'll usually give True Fire's sect some face. Furthermore, this matter is not a big deal. Even if anyone chooses to pursue it further, it'll most likely go unresolved. Why do you say that? The Spirit Lion came out to create trouble by knocking the elixir furnace away. If He Xing and the others insist that they failed to control it properly and the Spirit Lion did it on its own accord, what can anyone do to them? Chapter 277, Overbearing. Chapter 277, Overbearing. It was as the crowd had said, the Scarlet Vulture guards were clearly biased and chose to be oblivious towards everything that was happening. Some of the cultivators from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop were furious and were about to step forth to argue when they were held back by the sharp gaze of the yellow-dressed woman and retreated helplessly. The majority of disciples from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop were indignant, but none of them dared to speak against the authority of the yellow-dressed woman. Su Xiaoning turned back instinctively and saw the cold face of the yellow-dressed woman. At this moment, the two factions that should have stood out chose to remain silent. In the middle of the crowd, Su Xiaoning appeared lonely and helpless. She was at a loss. Done. Right then, He Xing shouted softly. An elixir with a refreshing medicinal aroma burst out from his elixir furnace and spun in midair. Everyone focused their attentions. 3 elixir patterns. A superior grade spirit regeneration elixir. Fufu. He Xing waved and pinched the elixir on his fingertips and chuckled at Su Xiaoning, who was not far away. "You've lost, junior sister Su." "Bravo, senior brother He." "I guess that senior brother He only used 70% of his skills this time round." 70%? No way. 30% at most. The cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop praised shamelessly, but cheers from the surrounding crowd were sparse and almost non-existent. Everyone was not blind. While superior grade elixirs were rare, Su Xiaoning would have most likely created a perfect elixir with 5 elixir patterns if not for the unforeseen situation. It was obvious who would have won. Now that He Xing had the cheek to speak of such words, everyone cursed internally that he was shameless. However, they had their reservations and nobody would stand out blatantly. "Junior sister Su, since you've lost, we'll follow our initial agreement. Hand that elixir furnace over." He Xing smiled smugly. "I didn't lose." Su Xiaoning was fearless. She did not retreat and her voice was firm. The smile on He Xing's face froze momentarily before returning to normal in an instant. "Don't worry, junior sister Su. Even though you've lost, I'll still fork out double the price to purchase that elixir furnace. I won't take advantage of you as long as you hand it over." "I didn't lose," Su Xiaoning repeated the 3 words. Instantly, He Xing's expression darkened. Su Xiaoning, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Azure Frost Elixir Workshop's reputation is going to be affected because you went back on your words and have no credibility. He Xing's words not only turned the facts upside down, it even laid down a huge burden for her. Su Xiaoning raised her head with an unyielding expression, showing no signs of bowing down. Xiaoning. Right then, the yellow-dressed woman from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop stood out and said indifferently, "Hand that elixir furnace over to fellow Daoist." Frozen, Su Xiaoning's eyes were filled with disbelief. A stir broke out amongst the crowd as well. Su Zimo watched everything quietly with a dark gaze. There was another doubt in his heart. Why was this yellow-dressed woman targeting Xiaoning? He was waiting for an answer. The yellow-dressed woman continued slowly, "Since you chose to make a bet with him, you should admit your defeat. How can a disciple of our Azure Frost sect renege on our words? But, I didn't lose at all." If he hadn't. Su Xiaoning was about to defend herself when the yellow-dressed woman cut her off. "I don't want to hear of your excuses. I only care about the results, and the result is that you've lost." The yellow-dressed woman's voice was laced with a hint of sternness as the coldness in her eyes intensified. Su Xiaoning's figure swayed and the color from her face drained instantly. Earlier on, even when He Xing was being overbearing, Su Xiaoning did not show the slightest bit of fear. But now, when even her own sect mates chose to stand against her, Su Xiaoning's final pillar of support had collapsed. The yellow-dressed woman glared at Su Xiaoning coldly and said in a deep voice, "Azure Frost sect has always been on good terms with True Fire sect. It'd be best if our relationship isn't affected because of you. Hand over the elixir furnace and apologize to fellow Daoist and we'll let the matter end here." Apologize? Su Xiaoning gave a wretched smile, her eyes filled with mockery. "May I ask Senior Sister Yang, what did I do wrong? You dare to disobey my orders?" The yellow-dressed woman's expression darkened as she spoke sternly. "Don't think that you can be so impudent just because Yao Xue is backing you. Let me tell you, putting aside the fact that she hasn't returned yet, even after she returns, I, Yang Yu, will be the one calling the shots here in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop within the capital of Great Zhou." While outsiders would not be the wiser, Su Zimo caught a few pieces of information from that. First, Ji Yaoxue had yet to return to the capital. This was normal. There was more than a month left before the sect competition and most sects had yet to move. Second, there must be a feud between Yang Yu and Ji Yaoxue. Furthermore, Yang Yu did not know of Ji Yaoxue's true identity. If Yang Yu knew of Ji Yaoxue's true identity and dared to be so brazen, it would only mean that this woman was an idiot. Back when the two of them first met, Ji Yaoxue hid her surname and identity. That was indeed her style of doing things. Third, Yang Yu was most likely targeting Xiaoning because of Ji Yaoxue. In Yang Yu's eyes, Xiaoning was on good terms with Ji Yaoxue and was an enemy, hence the reason why she kept making things difficult for Xiaoning. Su Xiaoning pursed her red lips with tears that brimmed in her eyes but refused to fall. Slowly, she took out an elixir furnace from her storage bag. It was a small furnace and seemed a little old. Extremely worn out, it was covered in mottled bronze. There was nothing special about that elixir furnace just by looking at it simply. However, at that moment, fresh blood dripped onto the bronze furnace from Su Xiaoning's previously injured arm. The moment it made contact with Su Xiaoning's blood, the elixir furnace illuminated with a dazzling glow that made everyone gasp in shock. Right after, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the elixir furnace. This time, even a fool could tell that the elixir furnace was definitely a treasure. He Xing's eyes lit up as greed flashed past his eyes and he licked his lips. Back then, he could vaguely tell that the elixir furnace resembled something that was described in an ancient book in True Fire sect. That was why he pestered Su Xiaoning multiple times to try and buy it. This was also because they were in the capital. If they were outside, He Xing would have killed her and stole the treasure. Now, it was clear that the elixir furnace was indeed not ordinary and could highly likely be that item described in the ancient book. The thought of it being described in the ancient book caused He Xing's heart to burn with passion, he was even more determined to get his hands on the elixir furnace no matter what. Yang Yu looked at the elixir furnace in Su Xiaoning's hands and froze for a moment as astonishment flickered in her eyes. She had obviously not expected that elixir furnace to be a treasure. For a brief moment, a trace of regret flashed past Yang Yu's eyes. If she had not allowed Su Xiaoning to hand that elixir furnace over, given her authority in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, she would most likely be able to claim that elixir furnace for herself. Under countless greedy gazes, Su Xiaoning felt as if she would be torn apart at any moment. She was frightened and helpless while her limbs went cold. For some reason, a figure suddenly flashed across Su Xiaoning's mind. That figure was dressed in green robes. While he was not tall, bulky, nor stalwart, he could shelter her from wind and rain. At that moment, Su Xiaoning seemed to have heard a gentle voice, "Xiaoning, don't be afraid." Chapter 278 Ruptured. Chapter 278 Ruptured. That figure appeared in her mind and that voice reverberated in the depths of her memories, giving Su Xiaoning a sense of warmth. Right after, Su Xiaoning caught sight of someone. A man in green walked over slowly. His figure was not tall, bulky, nor stalwart. However, it overlapped gradually with the figure in Su Xiaoning's memories. When she caught sight of that person, Su Xiaoning's lips opened slightly. Her body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? How was that possible? It was a hallucination, right? Su Xiaoning could not believe it. She raised her sleeves and wiped away the tears in her eyes, looking at the approaching person with widened eyes. Even though they hadn't met in years, the green-robed man's gaze was still warm as before. Su Xiaoning clutched her cherry lips with her petite hands and her body shuddered slightly. Once again, her eyes were covered in a misty fog. Coming before Su Xiaoning, the green-robed man smiled and extended his slender fingers to try and wipe away the tears on her face, saying in a tender voice, "Don't worry, I'm here." At this moment, Su Xiaoning was finally certain that everything before her was not a hallucination. Su Zimo had truly appeared. He did not descend from the skies nor did he arrive with rainbow colors and an imposing grandeur. While it was just him, Su Xiaoning felt a sense of warmth that she had not experienced in a long time. She could no longer control herself and was at a loss for words while tears gushed down her face. At that moment, all the grievances in her heart seemed to have been vented out. "Who are you? This is none of your business, don't cause trouble for yourself." He Xing frowned and berated Su Zimo with a cold gaze. Su Zimo turned askance and eyed He Xing indifferently. While his gaze was calm as water, for some unknown reason, He Xing's heart throbbed with a sense of fear. Pointing at the elixir furnace in Xiaoning's palm, Su Zimo smiled. "Keep it. You didn't lose, so why are you giving that to someone else?" "Yes." Su Xiaoning nodded heavily and put the elixir furnace back in her storage bag with a flip of her palm. She did not want to give in. However, no one had ever helped her right from the beginning or even spoke up for her. Even her sect mates from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop were forcing her to hand over the elixir furnace. At that moment, Su Xiaoning felt cold and helpless. Her path forward was dark and she had no other choice but to give in. But now that Su Zimo was standing beside her, she possessed immense courage. She had not been in the wrong and there was no need for her to compromise. He Xing's expression darkened and he said in a gruff tone, "Su Xiaoning, what's the meaning of this? Are you going back on your words after losing?" Su Xiaoning replied, "He Xing, I will say it again, I did not lose. Everyone present witnessed what happened earlier on and you know it best as well. My conscience is clear." Su Xiaoning's words were firm and powerful, causing Su Zimo to nod with a look of approval flashing in his eyes. Xiaoning's personality had grown much stronger after cultivating in Azure Frost sect for the past few years. "So, you're telling me that you don't want to be let off?" He Xing clenched his fists tightly with a fierce gaze. Su Zimo turned around and strolled in front of He Xing, asking expressionlessly, "This is the great Zhou dynasty. What do you want to do under the nose of the emperor? Ha 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 ha. Xing burst out in laughter and pointed at Su Zimo with mocking eyes. You're truly way too naive. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow. Xing grinned hideously. Indeed, I wouldn't dare to kill anyone here. But do you believe that I'll slap you a few times right here, and even when your dignity is trampled on, the Scarlet Vulture guards aren't even going to care? When they heard that, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. This was a complete act of bullying. Since Su Zimo's life would not be endangered even if he was slapped a couple of times by Xing, the Scarlet Vulture guards would turn a blind eye to it and ignore everything completely. However, if Su Zimo were to retaliate, the Scarlet Vulture guards would definitely step in. By then, Su Zimo would definitely be the one in the wrong. Upon hearing Xing's words, Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual. You don't dare to kill, but I do. Do you believe that I'll kill you on the spot if you dare lay a finger on me? The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. That was tit for tat. What did the green-robed man mean by that? He was declaring that he dared to kill under the nose of the emperor in the Great Zhou dynasty? This person was either a lunatic or someone that was spouting nonsense. Fufu, trying to scare me? After a brief silence, Xing suddenly laughed. He could tell that Su Zimo was the same as him and was only at late-stage foundation establishment. Notwithstanding whether or not Su Zimo dared to attack, even if he truly did not care about his life and tried to attack, Xing knew he could definitely back off right away. By then, the Scarlet Vulture guards would step in and suppress that person. At that thought, Xing extended his palm and slapped towards Su Zimo's cheek with a cold scoff. At the same time, Su Zimo made his move. It was the exact same motion and stance. However, Su Zimo's speed was much faster than Xing's. Xing merely extended a palm, but for Su Zimo, the end of his palm seemed as if it was a millstone moving with a sharp killing intent that arrived instantly. Xing's face was met with a gust of evil wind. He could not dodge it at all. The aura of death enveloped him, almost suffocating him. Xing had miscalculated something. At this distance, he would not be able to escape at all if Su Zimo made a move. Bang! Su Zimo's palm landed heavily on Xing's cheek with a dull thud. Poof! Under countless gazes, Xing's gigantic head was ruptured by Su Zimo's palm. His brain juice splattered everywhere as blood flowed out. Xing's headless corpse was still standing on the spot, convulsing uncontrollably. The crowd instantly went silent. Everyone watched the unbelievable scene with disbelief in their eyes. While Su Zimo had already laid down his warning, nobody expected him to really make a move. Furthermore, he was so decisive and merciless. The feeling was as though the green-robed cultivator was looking for a random excuse just to kill Xing. As one of the most promising Elixir refinement masters amongst the younger generation of True Fire sect, Xing was still in high spirits and looked down on everything moments earlier. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into a headless corpse against a single slap from this unknown green-robed cultivator. Everything had happened too quickly. Everyone looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. If this was a fight and the Scarlet Vulture guards stepped in, the most that would happen was that the party in the wrong would be kicked out of the capital. But if someone died, the murderer would have to pay with his life. That was also the reason why even Xing had to acknowledge that he could not kill within the capital despite having the Scarlet Vulture guards as backing. Murder! A shriek broke out from the crowd. Not far away, two Scarlet Vulture guards witnessed everything that happened and their eyes flashed with disbelief. Taken aback for a brief moment, they shouted before rushing over furiously on their Scarlet Vultures while wielding their dagger axes. Everyone from True Fire Elixir Workshop looked murderous as fire spewed from their eyes. Pang Ming said coldly, "It's over for you, lad. No one can save you today." The spirit lion beside him lowered its body and roared at Su Zimo angrily as well. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said indifferently, "Worry about yourself first." Chapter 279, Massacre. Chapter 279, Massacre. Pang Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard Su Zimo's words. What did that mean? Did it mean that this green-robed cultivator still dared to? Before Pang Ming could finish his thoughts, Su Zimo's figure flashed with a swift motion of divine steed fleeting and appeared before the former instantly. He said coldly, "Since you can't keep your beast in control, I'll control it for you." A ferocious aura engulfed him, suffocating him as his heart trembled. Suddenly, Pang Ming felt like it wasn't a human who had charged at him, but a demon beast that was even scarier than the spirit lion beside him. The spirit lion seemed to have sensed danger as its fur stood on end. Its already huge body expanded once again, looking extraordinarily brave. Roar! It hollered towards Su Zimo, trembling the void as it bared its fangs in a feral manner. The lion's roar was extremely powerful and carried an immense might. The sudden burst of power would indeed be shocking to ordinary cultivators. However, Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything. It was no exaggeration to say that after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo was much stronger than this spirit lion in all aspects of his body. It wasn't just an ordinary spirit demon, even the roar of an ancient remnant beast might not be able to shock Su Zimo. At the same time as its roar, the spirit lion leaped into the air and waved its paws, opening its mouth to chomp down on Su Zimo's neck viciously. "You must be courting death." Su Zimo scoffed coldly and extended his arm, pressing the lion's head down to the ground heavily with a backhand palm strike. This was not any exquisite move, but a battle of brute power. The spirit lion made use of power from all limbs and leaped up. Coupled with its powerful body as a demon, it should have the upper hand. However, in front of everyone, the moment the spirit lion leaped up, Su Zimo pushed it down in an even more ferocious manner. Bang! Pressing down on the spirit lion's head, Su Zimo smashed it into the ground barbarically as the stone slabs shattered and fresh blood spilled everywhere. A large crater was formed on the ground and the lion's skull was completely shattered. It was clear that it died. Pust! All the cultivators witnessing the scene gasped in shock. How strong was this person's body? He had actually crushed a spirit demon to death with a single palm. That person must have cultivated some powerful body tempering technique. He looks frail, but his body's burst power is too immense. Could he be from Southern Mountain sect? I heard that they have the strongest body tempering techniques amongst the 5 major sections. He doesn't seem to be from our Southern Mountains sect. Has anyone seen this guy before? A Southern Mountains sect cultivator asked puzzledly. Just as Pang Ming pulled out a middle-grade flying sword, the spirit lion in front of him was already dead. It was too fast. Ah! Pang Ming shivered in fear when he saw Su Zimo's gaze as his scalp tingled while his legs went weak. At that moment, he finally realized that the green-robed man had no intention of letting him off at all. Stop! Not far away, 2 scarlet vulture guards hollered and charged over. The scarlet vultures they were riding on gave off a sharp and piercing screech, glaring at Su Zimo intently with ferocious intent. Shoo! Shoo! The 2 scarlet vulture guards wielded a dagger axe in one hand while slapping their storage bags with the other, summoning their flying swords that shot towards Su Zimo when they pointed it forward. Go! At the same time, Pang Ming composed his mind and injected spirit energy into the flying sword in his palm crazily. It shone brightly and stabbed forward with a whoosh. 3 flying swords tore through the air at the same time in 3 different directions. Su Zimo gave a slight sneer and bent down, almost sticking to the ground as he slithered forward. His body contorted to an unimaginable degree like an anaconda, barely dodging the 3 flying swords without any injuries. The next moment, Su Zimo stood up before Pang Ming and extended his arm, grabbing the latter's throat with a tight squeeze. Snap! Pang Ming's Adam's apple was shattered and his eyes nearly popped out. With a tilted head and outstretched tongue, he collapsed limply to the ground, already dead. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already killed 2 men. The crowd was in chaos. This was the capital of Great Zhou. In broad daylight, under the circumstances where the Scarlet Vulture guards were nearby, no one had expected that this green-robed cultivator had dared to murder not one, but two people. That person is crazy. That was the thought that flashed through the minds of most cultivators as they quickly scattered, afraid that they would be implicated. How dare you act so brazenly in the capital, ruffian? Within that short period of time, the two Scarlet Vulture guards had arrived. Off in the distance, other Scarlet Vulture guards were speeding towards this place with some other white spots rushing over like lightning. Today was Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk's turn to patrol the capital. The white spots in the skies were White Hawk guards. Su Zimo looked at the Scarlet Vulture guards that rushed over and scoffed coldly with mocking eyes. So, you two aren't blind after all. You came in time this time. Everyone present could hear the sarcasm in Su Zimo's tone and were secretly shocked. This man was truly audacious and dared to provoke anyone. At the next moment, an even more shocking scene happened. Su Zimo did not avoid or dodge against the incoming Scarlet Vulture guards. His eyes lit up as he extended his arms and leaped, grabbing the claws of the two spirit vultures that were in midair. The spirit vultures were shocked and flapped their wings, causing strong gusts to blow and gravel to fill the skies. They were using all their might to fly upwards. On the other hand, the two Scarlet Vulture guards riding on the spirit vultures were indifferent. Their eyes gushed with killing intent as they stabbed their dagger axes towards Su Zimo viciously. Come on down. Su Zimo gave a loud shout and exerted strength in both arms, yanking the two spirit vultures down from midair in an unreasonable manner. The strength of two spirit vultures could not compare to this seemingly frail scholar. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, the two spirit vultures landed heavily on the ground, letting out mournful wails as dust swirled around them. As for the two Scarlet Vulture guards, they lost their balance and they nearly ended up stabbing one another with their dagger axes. Immediately, the two men leaped down from their spirit vultures, looking extremely pathetic. Poof! Su Zimo took a big step forward and trampled the spirit vulture beneath him to death immediately. With a flip of his body, he plunged straight into the arms of a Scarlet Vulture guard and leaned in fiercely. Thud! 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 The person stumbled back 3 steps before stopping. Immediately, the blood on the person's face faded. While the armor he was wearing was still intact, his body within had already exploded into a blood mist as his limbs flew everywhere. That seemingly simple lean contained all of Su Zimo's strength. Although that Scarlet Vulture guard was at perfected foundation establishment, there was no way his body would be able to endure such a terrifying burst of power. The other Scarlet Vulture guard had just channeled his spirit energy and his dagger axe shone with a bright light. He was about to go forward when he caught sight of what happened and hesitated, shuddering. The nearby Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk guards were rushing over. There was no need for him to risk his life against this lunatic just for a moment of anger. When everyone arrived, this person would naturally be executed. Su Zimo's gaze was deep and unfathomable. It was as if he had seen through the man's intentions instantly as he stepped forward and said indifferently, "Don't think about leaving, hand your life over." Chapter 280, Two Commanders. Chapter 280, Two Commanders. Ah! The remaining Scarlet Vulture guard let out a loud roar and a vicious light flashed through his eyes. From the way Su Zimo attacked earlier on, there was no way he could escape at this distance. The only shot he had at living was to contend with Su Zimo for a couple of rounds while waiting for the reinforcements of the other Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk guards. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was already before him. The dagger axe in the hands of the Scarlet Vulture guard shone brightly. Exerting strength in both arms, it shook and the Scarlet Vulture guard drew a semicircle in midair, slicing towards Su Zimo with chilling intent. Spirit energy surged and the dagger axe seemed to have gathered a typhoon of spirit energy that was extremely terrifying. Su Zimo's expression remained unchanged as he extended his palm in a simple manner, welcoming the incoming dagger axe without any perceivable force, a coil and a tremble like a tongue. The typhoon of spirit energy surrounding the dagger axe dissipated instantly. Buzz! The dagger axe vibrated immensely and the Scarlet Vulture guard could no longer hold it. His palm cracked and was filled with fresh blood as he let out a pained shriek. Under the watchful gaze of countless people, the moment both sides made contact, the weapon of the Scarlet Vulture guard was already taken away by the unknown green-robed cultivator. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was only a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but he was able to go head-on with a spirit weapon using his body alone? Just how strong was this person's physique? Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he gripped the dagger axe he snatched over and stabbed it upwards in reverse. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The throat of the Scarlet Vulture guard opposite was pierced and his eyes dimmed as he collapsed to the ground in a thud. Everyone looked on in shock as their jaws dropped open in disbelief. The situation had changed way too quickly that many people were unable to react to it yet. From the time Su Zimo attacked till now, 4 people had already died on the spot in no time. It was already shocking enough for everyone when Su Zimo killed 2 cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop. When he decisively suppressed 2 Scarlet Vulture guards with extreme dominance later on, everyone was horrified. Decisive to kill. It's been a long time since I've seen such a ruthless cultivator. Within a crowd, an old man lamented and was secretly shocked. So what if he's decisive to kill? He's still a dead man. That's right. That person might have a chance of surviving if he had only killed disciples of True Fire Elixir Workshop. But now that he even killed the Scarlet Vulture guards, that's akin to openly challenging the authority of the royal family. Everyone's gazes were fixed tensely on Su Zimo as they conversed, afraid that he would rush into the crowd and kill them wantonly. After all, Su Zimo was already a dead man in their eyes. Since he knew that he was going to die, it was only normal for him to kill a couple more people. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo placed his hands behind his back with a nonchalant expression after killing the 4 people without any other extreme actions. The Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk guards had already arrived and were forming an encirclement. Su Zimo did not escape either, as though he had already given up. However, what puzzled everyone was that there was no trace of panic or fear in Su Zimo's eyes. They were deep and dark like ancient wells without the slightest bit of fluctuation. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator with 4 corpses surrounding him turned into a mystery. No one could read him at all. Initially, everyone was unprepared over how sudden that man had attacked. In the end, his calmness confused everyone. Suddenly, an old man said in a low voice, "Actually, that green-robed cultivator might not die." "What do you mean?" someone asked. The old man continued, "Did you guys notice that the real fault does not lie in that person since Xing was the one who struck first? If we look at things from that perspective, it would be a reasonable explanation for the man's actions thereafter even if they may be extreme. While fighting was not allowed in the capital, if someone strikes another person, it was impossible for the latter to receive the attacks motionlessly on the spot. He was definitely free to retaliate. The old man's intentions were simple. If everything was established on the premise that Xing struck Su Zimo first, Su Zimo's actions later on would be considered as self-defense. That's not going to help. This person is dead for sure. That's right. Even if he has the side of reason, he's faced against the 2 powerful factions of True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. What status does he have to contend against those 2 factions? Unless this person's status is so high that even the Emperor of Great Zhou has to give him some face, there's no way he's going to survive from this. Not far away, Su Xiaoning had just snapped out from her shock and was about to run towards Su Zimo when she stopped. Su Zimo's eyes were narrowed as he shook his head imperceptibly with a sharp gaze. The situation was complicated and uncertain right now. He was not sure what would happen in the end either. Given such circumstances, Su Zimo did not want Xiaoning embroiled in it. The siblings' hearts were closely linked and Xiaoning understood. Even though she did not step forward, her eyes revealed a deep worry. Swoosh. 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 Before long, the Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk guards closest to the place arrived. Looking at the few corpses on the ground, most of the guards had cold expressions as they glared at Su Zimo with boundless killing intent. What's going on? Right then, a cold and sinister voice was heard. In front of everyone, a figure flew over with lightning speed and appeared in midair in the blink of an eye, standing upright in the air without anything beneath his feet. It was a golden core. The person wore scarlet robes and had a bald head. Carrying a cold aura, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. "Greetings, Commander." In midair, many Scarlet Vulture guards called out in unison. The person who had arrived was the commander of the Scarlet Vulture guards, the man nicknamed Bald Vulture, with vicious methods and a violent temperament. Bald Vulture had a unique set of torture that would ensure living hell for any cultivators that fell into his hands. It was said that some cultivators who had offended Bald Vulture previously were tormented by it for an entire month until their minds broke down into insanity. Finally, they were killed bit by bit in a miserable manner without resting in peace. There was a saying in the Great Zhou dynasty that one would rather commit suicide than land in the hands of Bald Vulture. Right after Bald Vulture arrived, another figure descended as well. Wearing a pure white shirt, the woman had extraordinary features as a long sword hung on her waist. She was graceful as a feather. "Greetings, Commander." Upon seeing this person, the numerous White Hawk guards in midair cupped their fists and bowed. The White Hawk guards were all female cultivators. Now that they shouted in unison, their clear voices attracted the attention of everyone present. The person who had arrived was the commander of the White Hawk guards, Biyao. As the sect competition approached, the capital had 2 guard squads patrolling in daily shifts, leaving the other guard squad to rest before rotating. The guard squads that were on patrol in the capital today were the Scarlet Vulture and White Hawk guards. Now, the 2 commanders of the squads had arrived. As she looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, Biyao frowned slightly. Her gaze scanned Su Zimo before she shook her head. To her, this green-robed cultivator was unfamiliar and did not carry a sect badge on his waist. It was highly likely that he was an itinerant cultivator from out of the capital. If so, that person's fate was already decided. Chapter 281, Drawing Swords. Chapter 281, Drawing Swords. What's going on? The commander of the Scarlet Vulture guards, Bald Vulture, surveyed the surroundings and asked expressionlessly in a low voice. Some cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop rushed forth and recounted the entire incident with added gossip. Ha 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 ha. Bald Vulture looked at Su Zimo playfully with a cruel gaze as he laughed in a maniacal manner. It's over. That green-robed cultivator is definitely going to be tortured to death in the hands of Bald Vulture. If I were him, I'd commit suicide right away. At least, it'll be an easier death. Many cultivators discussed softly. The commander of the White Hawk guards, Biyao, could not help but frown when she heard the recount. The entire incident seemed fishy. It was originally a feud between True Fire and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Or rather, it could be said that it was a private grudge between He Xing and Su Xiaoning. Even though Pang Ming insinuated the spirit lion to injure Su Xiaoning and knock her elixir furnace over while He Xing bullied her, the situation was still within control. It was only after this green-robed cultivator appeared that the situation spiraled out of control completely. It was true that He Xing had attacked first, but the green-robed cultivator's reaction was way too extreme. He killed 2 men right away without giving the other side a chance to explain things. Furthermore, even if he killed He Xing in self-defense, it did not make sense for him to kill the 2 Scarlet Vulture guards thereafter. Biyao looked over at Su Zimo instinctively but found herself slightly stunned. He was encircled by 2 guard squads of the capital. He was faced with 2 commanders and one of them was even the cruel Bald Vulture. Yet, that man did not show any bit of fear at all. In fact, Biyao could not see a hint of panic in the eyes of that person. He had killed in the capital and he was even so decisive in killing guards of the capital. Yet, he was calm and composed in the face of this heavy encirclement. Just what sort of backing does that man have? Bald Vulture looked down at Su Zimo from above. Excitement could be seen in his eyes as he said sinisterly, very good, very good. It just so happens that I'm bored during this period of time and someone offered himself to relieve my boredom, hee. You won't be able to touch me. Su Zimo suddenly spoke, looking at Bald Vulture calmly. The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. This man was of a lowly status and yet he dared to openly challenge the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards. Did he really want to die? Bald Vulture's face darkened. Ever since he took on the position as the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, no one had dared to speak to him like this through the years. Kid, let me tell you. Even if the Heavenly King came today, he wouldn't be able to save you. Bald Vulture said coldly, don't worry, I have 100 ways to make your life a living hell. By the end of it all, you will kneel before me and begging for mercy for me to kill you. Right then, another voice could be heard from afar. You truly wouldn't be able to touch him. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure rushing over as fast as lightning. He strode through the air in an extremely fast speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. The man wore a green armor and was tall with a dark, bearded face. He was none other than the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, Mu Dongqing. When the bearded man caught sight of Su Zimo, he shot a look signaling for the latter to be assured. Su Zimo nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Today, it should be the Azure Falcon Guard's turn to rest and the bearded man should not have appeared here. However, he must have been informed by someone to be able to arrive in time. Sweeping his gaze, Su Zimo found out that Nian Qi was gone and instantly had a hunch about what happened. That last sure is smart. Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. The appearance of the bearded man and his statement shocked the onlookers as they could vaguely feel that the situation had changed again. Mu Dongqing, you are on break for today's shift. What are you doing here? Bald Vulture looked at the bearded man and Su Zimo before asking suddenly. The bearded man said in a seemingly casual manner, nothing much. I came over to take a look seeing that the commotion had gotten quite big. Foo-foo. Bald Vulture smiled. It's none of your business here. It's enough that I'm here, you can leave. All right. The bearded man nodded and descended on the ground. Grabbing Su Zimo by the arm, he rose into the sky. He was trying to take Su Zimo away from this place. Bald Vulture's expression changed and his body flashed, appearing before the bearded man instantly. Blocking their way, he asked slowly with a darkened expression, Mu Dongqing, what's the meaning of this? Nothing much. The bearded man stood in front of Su Zimo with no change in his expression. Bald Vulture pointed at the corpses on the ground and sneered, this person has no eyes for the law and slaughtered people in the capital, even killing 2 of my Scarlet Vulture Guards. You want to take him away just like that? Mu Dongqing, aren't you bold? The bearded man frowned. Suddenly, Su Zimo whispered in his ears and the bearded man's eyes lit up before saying in a deep voice, Bald Vulture, since He Xing was the one who attacked first, he brought his own death to himself. As for your Scarlet Vulture Guards, they had lost their honor and it was a dereliction of duty for them to be biased and failing to notice what had happened. Mu Dongqing, it's Azure Falcon's turn to rest today. You don't have the rights to interfere in the matters here. Bald Vulture's eyes shone brightly and the coldness in his tone intensified. The bearded man said in a low voice, today, I'm Mu Dongqing and I don't represent the Azure Falcon Guards. No other Azure Falcon Guards will interfere in today's matters as well. Tisk, tsk. Bald Vulture suddenly laughed in a sinister manner, making one's hair stand on end. After a moment, the laughter stopped. Slapping his storage bag, Bald Vulture pulled out 2 silver hooks that shone with a frosty, cold glint before saying slowly in an intimidating manner, if you insist on protecting him, you'll be going against me and the entire Scarlet Vulture Guards. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Upon hearing that, the Scarlet Vulture Guards in midair withdrew their spirit weapons and glared at the bearded man with fierce, unfriendly expressions. The bearded man fell silent. Bald Vulture was exerting pressure on him using the entire squad. As long as he dared to make any objections, he would be making enemies with the entire Scarlet Vulture guards. Just when the crowd thought that the bearded man was about to give him, he did not take a single step back and wiped his hand gently across his storage bag. Instantly, a gigantic hammer appeared in his palms, emanating a sturdy and heavy aura. That was tit for tat. Like I said, you won't be able to touch him today. The bearded man had a burning gaze and the hammer in his hands trembled, radiating with a brilliant spirit light. For spirit patterns shone in a bedazzling manner, attracting a series of surprised gasps. For spirit patterns, it was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Everyone was shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked at the supreme-grade spirit weapon in the hands of the bearded man. On the other hand, no one had expected that the bearded man would make an enemy out of the entire Scarlet Vulture guards just for that green-robed cultivator. The hammer in the bearded man's hand shone with a bright spirit light. Given the situation, the numerous Scarlet Vulture guards in midair channeled their spirit energies, causing the dagger axes in their hands to shine brightly while flying swords hovered above the skies. In the blink of an eye, the two parties had drawn swords and were on the verge of fighting. Chapter 282, Meeting the Emperor. Chapter 282, Meeting the Emperor. To everyone, no matter the reason that started the conflict, things had gone completely out of control by this point and a massive battle was inevitable. With two Scarlet Vulture guards dead, there was no way Bald Vulture was going to back down in front of everyone and would definitely ask for redress. Otherwise, it wasn't just him. The entire Scarlet Vulture guards would suffer in reputation in the capital after today. The bearded man's attitude right now was just adding fuel to the fire. There was even less reason for Bald Vulture and the Scarlet Vulture guards to back down. In reality, unlike what everyone thought, Bald Vulture was in a predicament and could neither advance nor retreat. How did Mu Dongqing get his hands on a supreme-grade spirit weapon? Damn it! Bald Vulture cursed internally and an imperceptible look of caution flashed in his eyes. While he was the commander of the Scarlet Vulture guards, he had not gotten his hands on a single supreme-grade spirit weapon through all these years. Given normal circumstances, if both sides were to fight, he would be able to hold down the bearded man while the Scarlet Vulture guards could suppress that green-robed cultivator with ease. However, the bearded man had suddenly whisked out a supreme-grade spirit weapon. His strength was weaker than the bearded man to begin with. With that additional supreme-grade spirit weapon, Bald Vulture was no match for the bearded man at all. If they truly were to fight, the outcome was uncertain. Right then, Bai Yuhan spoke, "Both commanders, if you were to fight in the capital over something so small and cause panic, the both of you might not be able to escape punishment if your majesty decides to pursue the matter." The bearded man and Bald Vulture were in a standoff with their weapons drawn. Right now, Bai Yuhan was the only one with the rights to speak. The tension between both parties decreased slightly. Bai Yuhan continued, "I have a suggestion. The two of you should take a step back and will consult the emperor in the imperial court. We'll let your majesty decide on how to carry on." Upon hearing that, the bearded man and Bald Vulture both heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. "I'm fine with that." Bald Vulture scoffed coldly and was the first to speak. In his opinion, as long as they were to meet the emperor, the bearded man would receive punishment and the green-robed cultivator would not be able to escape death. The bearded man put away his weapon and nodded. "That'll work." Bai Yuhan cupped her fists. "That's great. I'll make a move first and report about this matter to the palace." With that said, Bai Yuhan turned around and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing in front of everyone. Bald Vulture's gaze shifted between the bearded man and Su Zimo with a mocking look. "Let's go. I'll see what you can say in the mighty main hall of the palace." The bearded man smiled and did not reply. Turning to Su Zimo, he asked, "Mr. Mo, is there anything else you want?" "Hold on." Su Zimo came before Xiaoning. "Brother." Su Zimo frowned slightly in worry. Her slender hands grabbed Su Zimo's sleeve subconsciously and did not dare to let loose as she cried in anxiousness. "What are you crying for?" Su Zimo smiled and stretched his palm to stroke Su Xiaoning's head affectionately, messing up her hair. When she was young, Su Zimo loved to mess with Xiaoning's hair. Every time, she would flare up and chase after Su Zimo to hit him. As one of them chased while the other ran, they crossed the grass fields and streams, running till they were completely drenched in sweat before they collapsed and sat on the ground all tuckered out. Not only were their hairs messy, they were also filled with dirt and looked disheveled. Back then, the two siblings would look at one another and laugh, enjoying themselves despite knowing that they would be scolded by their eldest brother upon returning home. Now, Su Zimo's action came with the intention of distracting Xiaoning. However, she ended up crying even more miserably, sobbing non-stop. Su Zimo said gently, "Don't worry, I won't die." Humph. When Yang Yu of Azure Frost Elixir Workshop heard that, she could not help and sneer before glancing sideways at Su Zimo. "Do you think that you can walk out alive after entering the palace?" Su Zimo's gaze swept horizontally and a murderous aura burst forth, carrying a thick stench of blood that made one's heart tremble in fear. Yang Yu's breath tightened and she swallowed the words she was about to say. The corpses on the ground had yet to go cold and the blood flowing was still warm. Who would dare offend someone who had just conducted a massacre in the capital? Patting Xiaoning on the head, Su Zimo said firmly, "Go back first and wait for me. I'll come and pick you up in a bit." Sensing the confidence in Su Zimo's tone, Su Xiaoning stopped crying and asked softly, "Really? Really?" Su Zimo nodded. On the other side, Bald Vulture came before the cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and said in a low voice, "All of you, head back now. Notify the most prominent cultivators from True Fire sect in the capital such as Elder Zhang from True Fire Weapon Workshop etc. and have them all head up to the Imperial Court to greet the Emperor." Understood. The cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop understood and turned to leave. Turning slightly, Bald Vulture caught sight of Su Zimo not far away and sneered, "Kid, your backing is none other than Mu Dongqing. But, let me tell you, nobody can save you today." Su Zimo's expression was calm as he replied indifferently without fear, "Don't be too sure just yet." The bearded man, Su Zimo, and Bald Vulture moved towards the palace and soon disappeared in front of everyone. If they meet the Emperor, it'll be difficult for that green-robed cultivator to avoid death. If the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards wishes to protect that person, he'll be implicated too. Yes. While both sides are commanders of the city's guard squads, one side has the backing of True Fire sect. If the many elders and perfected beings of True Fire sect were to come forth and exert pressure, even the Emperor will have to give some face. That's right, there's no way the Emperor is going to offend True Fire sect for a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Fufu, not everyone is like Mr. Mo who can win against True Fire sect. The crowd did not disperse and continued discussing amongst themselves. "Mu Dongqing, where did you obtain that supreme-grade spirit weapon?" On the way, Bald Vulture asked in a seemingly casual manner. The bearded man said nothing. A cold glint flashed in Bald Vulture's eyes as he said darkly, "There hasn't been any supreme-grade spirit weapons on auction in Sky Treasure Auction House recently. Furthermore, your supreme-grade spirit weapon is a hammer that's compatible with you. It's as though someone had customized it for you." Pausing for a moment, Bald Vulture said slowly, "That hammer was customized for you by Mr. Mo, right? So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" The bearded man turned around and asked with a fake smile. Bald Vulture declared proudly, "If you can help recommend and have Mr. Mo customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for me too, I'll let you off for today's matters. Mu Dongqing, you've got no chance of winning today." As soon as he finished his sentence, Bald Vulture felt something and turned his head only to see Su Zimo staring at him with a strange expression, seemingly mocking him. That gaze made Bald Vulture feel disgusted. He laughed sinisterly. "Kid, once you're in my hands, the first thing I'll do is to dig your eyeballs out so that you can have your fill of looking at me." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo chuckled softly. Interesting. Chapter 283, Because he is Mo Ling. Chapter 283, Because he is Mo Ling Rain Admiration Pavilion. In an elegant place in the palace, this was where members of the royal family would listen to and admire rain from. Clear water flowed in front of the pavilion with lotus flowers and leaves floating on it. Beside the pool were Japanese banana trees and green bamboos. Be it the gentle rain of spring or the casual showers of autumn, the sound of them landing on the different plants would bring about a different state of mind for those listening. The different sounds ringing in their ears and mind created varying sensations. Not long after Su Zimo and the other two entered the palace, someone came forward and brought them here. There were only two people in the Rain Admiration Pavilion. One of them was Biyao, who came before them. The other person wore golden brocade robes and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Standing in front of the window, he looked up at the sky. While his back was facing everyone such that his face could not be seen, he exuded an indescribable dignity which left one impressed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The bearded man knelt on one knee immediately and shouted with cupped fists. "Yes." The Emperor of Great Zhou's voice was deep and magnetic. Looking at the back view of the Emperor, Su Zimo's eyes flickered. "Reportee." At this moment, a guard of the Imperial Army dashed over. 10 elders of True Fire Weapon Workshop and True Fire Elixir Workshop requests an audience with Your Majesty. Granted. The Emperor replied with a single word. Bald Vulture glanced sideways at the bearded man in a provocative manner and laughed coldly. The bearded man was unmoved and his expression was calm. Before long, 10 golden cores tore through the air. Almost all of them were old men with long beards. While those golden cores were from True Fire sect, they had resided in the capital for hundreds of years. Elder Zhang of True Fire Weapon Workshop was considered young among the 10. The Emperor did not turn around nor did he say anything, merely looking up at the skies. Unknowingly, the skies were already filled with clouds and it seemed like a downpour was about to rain down. No one could read the Emperor's thoughts. The atmosphere within the Rain Admiration Pavilion suddenly seemed a little suffocating and gloomy. Standing out, Biyao said, "If there's anything you guys want to say it here. Your Majesty will make the final decision." The 10 elders of True Fire sect exchanged glances and someone stood out, pointing at Su Zimo. "That person killed wantonly in the capital and has no regard for the law. Not only did he kill 2 of our True Fire sect disciples for no reason, he even murdered 2 Scarlet Vulture guards. He has no morals." Boom! Right then, a thunder boomed. Immediately after, rain poured down heavily. Amidst the pouring rain, Bald Vulture said slowly, "Your Majesty, this person disregards our laws and that's equivalent to challenging the authority of you. It won't do for us to not kill him. We wouldn't be able to appease the commoners and maintain our law and order. In addition, even though this lad committed a heinous crime, Mu Dongqing, as the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, is even standing up for him instead of avoiding trouble. He nearly caused a massive battle and an internal fight between the guard squads. I feel that Mu Dongqing should be stripped of his position as the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards and be imprisoned eternally." The rain outside became heavier as Bald Vulture's words fell. Landing on the leaves of the Japanese banana trees, the raindrops portrayed a sound of urgency as a killing intent shrouded the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, merely watching the heavy rain outside without saying anything. The Rain Admiration Pavilion fell into a momentary silence. The atmosphere was turning increasingly heavy. A moment later, Su Zimo spoke slowly, "Everyone missed out something. He Xing was the one who attacked me first." Elder Zhang of True Fire Weapon Workshop sneered, "From what I know, He Xing merely wanted to slap you. That would be humiliating at most, but you chose to kill him." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Anyone who humiliates me will have to die in regret." Haha. Elder Zhang burst into laughter. "What a joke. Who are you such that He Xing has to pay with his life for humiliating you? I'm someone that He Xing cannot touch. If he touches me, he'll have to die. Su Zimo enunciated each and every word. The 10 elders of True Fire sect were startled. They could vaguely sense that Su Zimo was not joking. Bald Vulture had also noticed that something seemed to be amiss with the situation. The fact that Su Zimo could maintain his composure in the presence of the Emperor meant that he had something to fall back on. On what basis? Elder Zhang gritted his teeth and asked. Right then, another voice sounded from the Rain Admiration Pavilion. On the basis that he's the #1 weapon refinement master in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the master of Mo's spirit weapon workshop, Mo Ling. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice only to see the Emperor turn around slowly, revealing his appearance. He had a wide forehead and bright, clear eyes accompanied by an aura of authority. This was the yellow-robed man who had visited Mo's spirit weapon workshop a couple of months ago. The moment he said that, other than the bearded man, everyone present were dumbfounded. That green-robed cultivator was Mo Ling? Wasn't Mo Ling a golden core? That person was only at late-stage foundation establishment realm. How could he refine supreme-grade spirit weapons? Elder Zhang's mind was in an absolute mess. How did Mo Ling survive the assassination attempt that night a couple of months ago as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? If the Emperor had not said it personally, no one would have believed it. Even now, everyone present had doubts about it. The bearded man was relatively calm since he knew about Su Zimo's identity earlier on. A flash of realization flickered across Bai Yuhan's eyes as she thought to herself, so, that's your trump card. No wonder you are so calm. No matter what True Fire sect or Bald Vulture had to say, as long as Su Zimo's identity was made known, he could turn the entire situation around. Among them, the most stunned person was the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture. How could this be? How did it suddenly turn into this? Bald Vulture had thought of countless possibilities, but the only thing he did not expect was that this person was Mo Ling. If that was truly the case, the fact that He Xing wanted to humiliate the #1 weapon refinement master in the capital of Great Zhou would only mean that he deserved to die. Unknowingly, the rain outside had stopped. The heavy rain left as suddenly as it came. The Emperor looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes and asked with a smile, Mr. Mo, it's been a long time. How have you been? Initially, the Emperor thought that his sudden appearance would definitely cause Su Zimo to be shocked. On the contrary, Su Zimo looked calm and composed. He merely bowed slightly with cupped fists. It's my honor. The reason for that composure was because a few months earlier, Su Zimo had already deduced the identity of the yellow-robed man. Bald Vulture knew that his actions had already offended Su Zimo and made up his mind. Even if you are Mo Ling and it's justified for you to kill He Xing, why did you have to kill my Scarlet Vulture Guards? Su Zimo replied, the Scarlet Vulture Guards chose to ignore things when He Xing and Pang Ming instigated the Spirit Lion to hurt others. Why were they suddenly trying to kill without second thoughts when it came to me? In fact, Commander, I suspect that you harbor ulterior motives along with True Fire sect. You guys worked together to set up this trap in Yongxing City today to have me killed. The moment he said that, the expressions of the 10 elders of True Fire sect and Bald Vulture changed. Su Zimo's words were as sharp as a sword piercing at their hearts. Previously, the Emperor had made a clear declaration that no one was to cause trouble for Mo Ling in the future. Now, of all people, they clashed with Mo Ling. If they could not explain it clearly, it would indeed cause the Emperor to misunderstand. By then, they would be the ones incurring the wrath of the Emperor. With just a few words, the entire situation had turned. Outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion, a ray of sunlight broke through the gray clouds and scattered on the water, reflecting a beautiful light. Chapter 284, Settling of the Dust. Chapter 284, Settling of the Dust. Bald Vulture was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat and knelt on the ground hurriedly. Before this, I did not even know that this was Mr. Mo, let alone set up a trap together with True Fire Sect. Please understand, Your Majesty. Elder Zhang of True Fire Weapon Workshop glared at Su Zimo with deathly eyes as though he wanted to rip off a piece of the latter's flesh. This person in front of him was Mo Ling? The same Mo Ling who was known as the #1 weapon refinement master in the Great Zhou dynasty and could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons? How old was this person? He was merely in his 20s. Despite having a deep-rooted foundation spanning thousands of years in the capital, True Fire Weapon Workshop lost to a young man like this. The other True Fire sect elders were also in a state of panic and looked terrified upon hearing the news. Upon seeing this, the commander of the White Hawk Guards, Biyao, sighed to herself. In reality, if the green-robed cultivator before them was a commoner, even if Xing provoked him first, the Emperor of Great Zhou would definitely take on the side of True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards out of political consideration. That person would not have been able to avoid death. However, that green-robed cultivator had another identity all of a sudden. At least in the capital of Great Zhou, the identity of Mo Ling was more than enough to go against True Fire Sect and had enjoyed unprecedented influence in the past 2 years. True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards could only consider themselves unlucky bumping into him. Pondering for a moment, the Emperor declared loudly, True Fire Sect bullied others with their authority and instigated the Spirit Lion to injure others. Also, Xing provoked Mr. Mo and deserved to die. Bald Vulture, you were from True Fire Sect and could be considered as half a disciple of theirs. It was clear that you were biased in this matter. Furthermore, you could not manage your underlings and failed to control the situation immediately. That is a dereliction of duty. If the Scarlet Vulture Guards had stood out to uphold justice after Pang Ming instigated the Spirit Lion to injure others, Su Zimo would not have killed anyone on the streets. It was precisely because of the Scarlet Vulture Guards' actions that Su Zimo harbored a killing intent upon seeing Xiaoning bullied helplessly by the people of True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. The Emperor continued, Bald Vulture, your punishment shall be a year without salary and break days. If anything similar happens again, you will definitely be severely punished. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor waved it off. All right, all of you can leave now. Mr. Mo, stay behind. With the dust on things settling, the 10 elders of True Fire Sect, Bald Vulture, the Bearded Man and Biyao left the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The 10 elders of True Fire Sect suffered a huge blow. Before this, True Fire Weapon Workshop's reputation in the capital had already plummeted after losing to Mo Ling. And now, of all people, True Fire Elixir Workshop bumped into Mo Ling once more, resulting in the death of one of their most promising elixir refinement master of the younger generation. It was a terrible loss. Mo Ling, Mo Ling. Elder Zhang gritted his teeth. With a darkened expression, his eyes were filled with endless hatred. Rain Admiration Pavilion. Mr. Mo, you're quite the schemer. After everyone left, the Emperor looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile and said something baffling. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he did not reply. The Emperor smiled and changed the topic. Mr. Mo, there's still a month before the sect competition. After it's over, the ancient battlefield will be opened up. What plans do you have? There are huge opportunities within the ancient battlefield and I naturally want to explore it. When the time comes, I'll partake in the sect competition, Su Zimo said. The Emperor laughed. Given your capabilities, I'm sure you will take a spot in the weapon ranking list without even taking part in the sect competition. How about this? I'd like to invite you as one of the judges for the sect competition. At that time, you can give some pointers to the talents taking part. I'll reserve the #1 spot on the weapon ranking list for you so that you can enter the ancient battlefield with everyone after the sect competition. How does that sound? Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Zimo cupped his fists in thanks and paused for a moment before continuing, Your Majesty, the supreme-grade spirit weapon that you customized previously is already done. I'll leave it with you first. When the time comes, I'll get someone to retrieve it, the emperor replied casually. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. While he was puzzled, he did not ask further. Worried about Xiaoning, Su Zimo bowed and bid farewell before leaving the Rain Admiration Pavilion under the lead of guards. Just as Su Zimo left the Rain Admiration Pavilion, a squad of the Imperial Army was patrolling in the area. Their leader was clad in golden armor and had a cold expression, scrutinizing the surroundings with a sharp gaze. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier happened to see Su Zimo leaving the Rain Admiration Pavilion and was about to look away when his expression changed, seemingly recalling something. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier narrowed his gaze and followed in the direction of Su Zimo. Su Zimo moved swiftly and in the blink of an eye, the only thing left in the view of the gold-armored Imperial Army soldier was his back view. It's him? How is that possible? The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier muttered and his eyes flickered in thought. A few years had passed and the change in that person's body was too great. Logically speaking, that person could not cultivate because he did not have a spirit root. If not for that familiar green clothes and that delicate side profile, the gold-armored Imperial Army soldier would not have linked the two of them as the same person. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier hesitated for a moment and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Turning to a guard behind him, he ordered, "Continue patrolling. I need to go out for a while." Understood. The Imperial Army behind him bowed in response. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier stealthily followed in the direction Su Zimo left in. Rain Admiration Pavilion. Not long after Su Zimo left, a scholarly man flew over. It was Perfected Lord Mingze. Perfected Lord Mingze smiled bitterly. It seems like that Imo Ling had truly guessed the identity of your majesty previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed today. Interesting. To think that he would have thought of using my power to break out of the situation. The emperor smiled as well and asked, "What's the name of that girl from Azure Frost sect who was injured by the spirit lion?" Perfected Lord Mingze replied, "I heard she's called Su Xiaoning and is siblings with Mo Ling. Her background is unknown and no one heard her mentioning anything either, but according to the other disciples, she's rather close with the third princess in Azure Frost sect." The emperor frowned. He analyzed, there's only two possibilities if their surnames are different. First, Mo Ling's surname is Su. Second, Su Xiaoning is only a younger sister acknowledged in name. No matter the possibility, it proves that Su Xiaoning holds a lot of weight in Mo Ling's heart. The emperor nodded, his eyes shining with wisdom as he said slowly, on the surface, Yi Xing's death was because he struck first and wanted to punish Mo Ling. In reality, it's clear that Mo Ling was the one who lured Yi Xing into attacking because he wanted to stand up for his younger sister. That was why he killed Yi Xing on the streets. That's right, that Yi Xing was stupid enough to want to try and punish Mo Ling without making clear of the situation. He did not expect to lose his life instead. Perfected Lord Mingze shook his head and sighed. The emperor said casually, "I gave him a hint earlier on that I believe he understood. Yes, the fact that you didn't expose him in front of everyone is a huge favor, Your Majesty. As for Su Xiaoning's identity, perhaps the third princess might know something about it," Perfected Lord Mingze replied. "Yes." The emperor nodded. "Schwer is coming back soon." Chapter 285, Too Many Spirit Weapons. Chapter 285, Too Many Spirit Weapons. Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. A few female cultivators gathered around Su Xiaoning excitedly, chattering non-stop as the flames of gossip burned in their eyes. "Xiaoning, was that person really your brother? Why haven't you mentioned him before? What's his name? How old is he? What sect is he from? Does he have a Dao partner? Why didn't he join Azure Frost sect together with you? Xiaoning, you guys seem so close. Are you his Dao partner?" Su Xiaoning frowned slightly with worry in her eyes as she pursed her lips in silence. Sensing that Su Xiaoning was in a glum mood, someone consoled her, "Xiaoning, don't be anxious. It's only been 2 hours, it's still early. I advise you to give up hope. Right then, a female cultivator emerged from the back hall with a look of menace on her face. This was none other than their senior sister, Yang Yu. Yang Yu scoffed coldly. He killed 4 people in the capital and you expect him to get out alive? Dream on. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Xiaoning replied firmly, my brother promised me that he would definitely come and fetch me. How naive. Yang Yu did not hide the sarcasm in her eyes. Of the 4 people that were killed, 2 of them were disciples of True Fire Elixir Workshop and 2 of them were Scarlet Vulture Guards. Do you think that True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards are to be trifled with? Who do you think your brother is to be able to go against those 2 powerhouses? With every word of Yang Yu's, Su Xiaoning's face turned paler. She knew very well in her heart that the probability of Su Zimo leaving the capital alive was very low, but she was still willing to place her trust in him. Yang Yu changed the topic. However, we can't be too sure about that either. There are indeed people who have what it takes to go against True Fire's sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards in the capital. For example, she was beating around the bush deliberately and waited for Su Xiaoning to let out a hopeful look before continuing slowly. For example, your brother could be from the royal family itself. Foo-foo. Before she was finished, Yang Yu already burst out in laughter and her eyes were filled with mockery. She was completely making fun of Su Xiaoning. If Su Zimo was someone of the royal family, how could the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards not recognize him? Yang Yu added, of course, other than the royal family, there's another person in the capital who can withstand the power of True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. That is. While Su Xiaoning knew that Yang Yu was clearly mocking her, she looked at the latter hopefully waiting for an answer. That is, the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, Mr. M.O. Yang Yu declared. Su Xiaoning's eyes dimmed. Yang Yu chuckled. Let me think, junior sister Su. Could your brother be Mr. M.O.? That's not right. Your surname's Su and Mr. Mo's surname is M.O. That seems a little far off. Also, I heard that Mr. M.O. is a golden core but your brother seems to be a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, foo-foo. Su Xiaoning declared, you don't have to be sarcastic, senior sister Yang. I believe that my brother will definitely return alive. Ha! Yang Yu scoffed with a stifled laugh. If your brother returns alive, I'll... Right after Yang Yu said that, she caught sight of a figure striding over. Dressed in green robes with delicate features, he walked into the main hall slowly. The cultivators in the main hall were stunned on the spot, watching in shock with their mouths agape. How could that be? You. Yang Yu looked at the person who arrived and her mind was in a mess. Someone that she thought would definitely be dead was standing alive and well right before her. Su Zimo glared at Yang Yu coldly. Continue. What did you say you were going to do if I were to return alive, Yang Yu felt her heart clench as Su Zimo glared at her. She turned away instinctively, not daring to meet his gaze as she felt an unprecedented sense of fear. Brother! Su Xiaoning exclaimed in delight and buried herself head first into Su Zimo's arms, sobbing softly. He let out a gentle expression and patted her on the back. Su Zimo supported Xiaoning to the side before walking over to Yang Yu slowly with a cold expression. His gaze was sharp as a knife and emitted a chilling killing intent. What do you want? This is Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, it's not a place for you to be brazen. Yang Yu was somewhat flustered as she pretended to be tough on the outside and scolded while she retreated subconsciously. Even within the capital, I dare to kill. Do you think that I won't dare to kill someone in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop? Su Zimo continued to approach with a cold gaze. Yang Yu gulped and felt increasingly flustered and horrified. While she was at Perfected Foundation Establishment, a cultivation realm higher than Su Zimo's, she was completely stunned by Su Zimo's aura right now. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone that could walk out of the palace safely after starting a massacre in the capital? Even the golden cores of Azure Frost sect were feeling wary at the moment, let alone Yang Yu. No one dared to lay a hand on Su Zimo without knowing his identity. Someone that could survive against the combined forces of True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards definitely had a high status. Who would dare offend someone like that? Before long, Yang Yu was already backed against the wall with nowhere to run. Do you know why those 4 people were killed? Su Zimo came before Yang Yu and asked with narrowed eyes. Yang Yu's face was pale as she shook her head. He replied slowly, it was because they bullied Xiaoning. You bullied her as well. I didn't. Yang Yu's defense was powerless. Su Zimo changed the topic and said, but don't worry, I won't kill you. When she heard that, Yang Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Unknowingly, her back was already wet with sweat. A mocking look flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he smiled. I won't kill you because someone else will deal with you. Instantly, Yang Yu's relief was short-lived. Right then, Su Xiaoning ran over and pulled Su Zimo away, saying to Yang Yu, Senior Sister Yang, do we still have the deal we agreed on previously? I'll sell you this elixir furnace for 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones or a superior-grade spirit weapon. Slowly, she took out an elixir furnace from her storage bag. It was this elixir furnace that attracted the attention of He Xing from True Fire sect and the series of conflicts thereafter. The elixir furnace let out an extraordinary phenomenon when it was touched by Xiaoning's blood. Furthermore, Su Zimo could tell that Xiaoning was extremely fond of the elixir furnace. Why was she selling it all of a sudden? Xiaoning, why are you selling this furnace? Su Zimo asked, puzzled. Su Xiaoning replied in seriousness, brother, you're always empty-handed. You most likely don't have any handy spirit weapons with you. Once I sell this furnace, I'll have the money to customize a superior-grade spirit weapon for you. Su Zimo felt his heart flood with warmth as he rubbed Xiaoning's head dotingly. Hurry and put the furnace away. He said in a matter-of-factly manner, Xiaoning, let me tell you, the reason why I'm empty-handed isn't because I've got no spirit weapons. It's because I've got too many. Humph, you're bragging again. Let's go, I'll take you to my place to take a look. No longer bothered with Yang Yu, Su Zimo brought Xiaoning away from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Chapter 286, Hunting Mutually. Chapter 286, Hunting Mutually. By the time they left Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, it was already evening and there were less people on the streets. The siblings naturally had a lot to say after not seeing each other for years. Senior Sister Yang even said that only Mr. Mo or someone from the royal family could return safe and sound. Hee, seems like my brother can do it too. She isn't wrong about that. That's because I'm Mr. Mo. I don't believe you. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain, leading Xiaoning towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Under Su Xiaoning's bewildered gaze, Su Zimo knocked on the door of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Before long, an extremely stunning girl with withered, yellow hair stuck her head out. It was Nian Qi. Sir. Nian Qi greeted crisply in delight after seeing Su Zimo. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and pushed Xiaoning over. This is my younger sister. You guys can chat first. I have some other matters to attend to and will return a little later. Alright, don't worry, sir. Nian Qi nodded obediently. Su Xiaoning looked at the words, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, with an agape mouth and widened eyes, unable to link Su Zimo with Mr. Mo, who was famous throughout the capital. It was only after Su Zimo left and Su Xiaoning was brought to the courtyard by Nian Qi in a daze before she gradually regained her senses. Is my brother really Mr. Mo? Su Xiaoning looked at Nian Qi and asked cautiously. That's right. Nian Qi pointed at the big, black dog sprawling on the side and smiled. It's called Night Spirit and is Sir's spirit beast. Mo Spirit's name is combined from Sir and Night Spirit's names. Night Spirit opened its eyes and glanced at Su Xiaoning indifferently before going back to sleep without moving. Nian Qi chuckled. Night Spirit is like this. Other than Sir, it's not close to anyone. Don't be misled by how it always looks so lazy. When it's angry, it's really scary. The two of them were about the same age and they soon became close. After following the green-robed cultivator out of the capital, Dai Su took off his armor and changed into a common set of robes, hiding himself in the crowd and hung from the back. He was unable to verify if this person he was following was the same man he had seen in that small town a few years ago. After all, the man in that small town was only a mortal that could not cultivate. However, this green-robed man was already at late-stage foundation establishment. Furthermore, it shouldn't make sense for that man to appear in the capital or even the palace. How was that possible? Everything would not really make sense if they were the same person. However, for some reason, even though it was only a single glance, Dai Su had an extremely strong feeling about it in his heart. They were the same person. While that man seemed like a frail scholar on the surface, his spine was extremely straight as though there was nothing or no one in this world that could crush him. Dai Su followed the green-robed cultivator and saw the latter enter Azure Frost Elixir workshop. Not long later, he came out with a female cultivator. When he saw the face of that female cultivator, Dai Su no longer had any doubts. This green-robed cultivator was the same scholar from that unremarkable small town of that vassal state, Su Zimo. The woman beside him was his younger sister, Su Xiaoning. She was taken away by the third princess back then and brought onto the path of cultivation after joining Azure Frost sect. Dai Su continued to follow Su Zimo. When he caught sight of Su Xiaoning sent into Mo's spirit weapon workshop, Dai Su's eyes flickered in thoughts. Su Zimo, Mo Ling. Right after, Su Zimo left and headed out of the city. Dai Su's expression flickered as he looked at Su Zimo's back. After pondering for a while, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared and he continued following silently. The two of them left the city one after another. After leaving the capital, Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and sped off to the distance on it. Dai Su hurriedly followed. Not long after, Su Zimo entered a dense forest. He removed his flying sword and in a flash, sprinted through the forest at an extremely fast speed. It was completely unpredictable. They were in a forest after all and the view wasn't as open compared to outside with many places to hide and blind spots all around. Dai Su's sword kinesis flight had to slow down. A while later, Su Zimo disappeared from Dai Su's sights entirely. Arriving at the vicinity of where Su Zimo was last seen, Dai Su surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. At this moment, the night grew darker and the beasts of the forest had already left their caves with the appearance of the moon. The light in the forest was dim and the roar of spirit beasts could be heard from time to time. Branches and leaves rustled, filling the air with an eerie hint of blood stench. Feeling uneasy, Dai Su took out his golden armor. Just as he put it on properly, he felt something and turned around suddenly. Not far behind him was a green-robed cultivator with his hands behind his back. The cool moonlight shone through the dense branches and leaves, illuminating his face in patches. The green-robed cultivator's expression was calm and there was a slight mockery in his eyes. Su Zimo. Dai Su narrowed his eyes and said word by word. Su Zimo smiled faintly. It's been a long time, Commander Dai. You've changed quite a bit after a few years. I'm truly impressed. Dai Su's lips curled as he remarked coldly, you were just a mere mortal back then but you're already at late-stage foundation establishment now. Not bad, not bad. Su Zimo replied with a fake smile, it's all thanks to you not killing me back then, Commander Dai. Humph. Dai Su snorted coldly upon hearing that. If Su Zimo had not been tactful enough to keep his distance from Ji Yaoshua back then, this man would have been dead a couple of years ago. While Dai Su had hidden himself well back then, Su Zimo had sensed Dai Su's killing intent with his spirit perception. Commander Dai, why have you followed me all the way here? Su Zimo asked straightforwardly. Su Zimo, if you were smart enough, you should have stayed away from the capital and kept your distance from the third princess. Dai Su said slowly with a murderous expression, now that you've appeared in the capital, I can only say that you're courting death. Dai Su took out a flying sword from his storage bag as he said that. Su Zimo smiled. You're not telling the truth, Commander Dai. Dai Su remained silent. Su Zimo continued, that's not the only reason why you want to kill me. It's because you've also guessed my identity as Mo Ling and you want to steal my treasures by killing me, right? Haha. Dai Su laughed out loud. You're very smart, but you will still die today. Su Zimo raised his brows slightly and asked, I've already noticed that you were following me after I left the palace. However, do you know why I chose to leave the city? You want to hunt me. Dai Su laughed. You're confident enough to lure me to this desolated forest to hunt me down. However, I harbored the same intentions. Su Zimo nodded. Not bad. With a cold voice, Dai Su remarked, there's nothing much to say then. The outcome will depend on our skills. Let me see how much you've grown over these past few years. Chapter 287, Killing. Chapter 287, Killing. This time, both of them wanted to kill. Furthermore, both of them were confident that they could kill the other party. That was why Su Zimo lured Dai Su out of the capital. At the same time, Dai Su chased fearlessly despite knowing Su Zimo's intentions. They were one another's prey and whoever was hunted would depend on who had stronger means. Dai Su channeled his spirit energy and a beam of light shone on his body. A spirit meridian flickered and emitted a dazzling light. You're only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but I'm a meridian cultivator. What do you have to fight me with? Dai Su laughed coldly as he channeled his spirit energy, causing the flying sword in his hands to buzz and 3 spirit patterns to shine. A superior-grade spirit weapon. Shoo! A sword beam tore through the void and sped toward Su Zimo. At the same time, Dai Su waved his sleeves and conjured a hand seal, pointing a finger forward as he shouted. Roar! A deafening roar sounded out of nowhere. A spirit demon that was condensed from spirit energy appeared in the void. Looking menacing, it hollered into the skies with a torrential killing intent before lunging toward Su Zimo. The flying sword and spirit art attacked simultaneously. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he pressed his middle finger and thumb together, forming a strange hand seal that he pushed slowly forward. Fiend suppression seal. He did not test the waters at all. Su Zimo released the strongest spirit art he knew immediately. The spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian surged furiously into the handprint that he had conjured. Boom! A huge golden palm descended from the sky accompanied by a deafening bang, breaking through the firmaments and crushing air currents as it slammed down towards the direction of the spirit demon and flying sword in a terrifying manner. Dai Su's expression changed. He could clearly tell that the golden palm seemed like it was formed by spirit energy. However, it seemed corporeal, as if the palm of a god was descending from the heavens, bent on purging all evil in the world. Bang! In midair, the howling spirit demon collided with the golden palm and cracks immediately appeared on the surface of its body. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the air. Dai Su's expression changed. Normally, the spirit art conjured by his spirit energy as a 1 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator should be able to defeat a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with ease. However, the situation was exactly opposite right now. There was only one possibility: the other party's spirit art was way stronger than his own. In midair, Dai Su's flying sword pressed against the center of the golden palm and could not advance. The sword was trembling and its spirit energy was unstable, showing signs of breaking apart. It was on the verge of giving out at any moment now. Dai Su sneered and channeled his spirit energy once more. Whoosh! A beam of light shone through Dai Su's gold armor. 2 spirit meridians. Spirit-peering art could not be used to tell how many meridians a perfected foundation establishment cultivator had unlocked. The only way of knowing is if the cultivator revealed it personally. But now, Dai Su had already revealed 2 spirit meridians. Spirit energy surged within the 2 meridians in a sturdy manner. Dai Su manipulated the flying sword, which shone brightly as its strength continued climbing. Straight and sharp, the sword actually stopped the golden palm. No matter how strong the fiend's suppression seal was, it had its limits and it was difficult to make up for the difference in cultivation realms. Su Zimo, if that's all you've got, today will be your death anniversary a year from now. The fact that Dai Su was able to divert his attention to speak in the face of such an immense battle proved that he was not using his full strength. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not reply. While Dai Su was not using his full strength, Su Zimo had backup plans too. Break. Right then, Dai Su's body shone with another beam of light once more as he shouted softly. A 3rd spirit meridian. The power of the 3 meridians erupted at the same time as the flying sword in midair shone brighter. Both parties fell into a stalemate and with a bang, the flying sword pierced the golden palm. It continued its trajectory towards Su Zimo's head without any loss in momentum. The moment Dai Su revealed the 3rd meridian, Su Zimo had already realized that it was going to be difficult to kill Dai Su using immortal cultivation methods given his current cultivation realm. Cracks appeared on the golden palm after it was pierced and it was on the verge of collapsing. Shoo! The sword beam was piercingly cold and extremely fast. However, Su Zimo was even faster. The moment the flying sword pierced the golden palm, Su Zimo moved and left a series of afterimages from where he was. Swoosh! Like a fierce horse, Su Zimo arrived before Dai Su in the blink of an eye. After divine steed fleeting, he made a sudden move and took a huge stride forth, using the stance of plow heaven stride. Boom! That single step caused the ground to quake as Su Zimo's aura increased tremendously. His eyes lit up with a frenzied killing intent. Suddenly, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Dai Su's arms, bending his knees while smashing forth. Divine steed dismemberment. With divine steed fleeting, he was able to shorten the distance between them and close in. Right after, plow heaven stride aided him in bursting forth with a torrential aura and he finished off with divine steed dismemberment in a fluid motion without any sluggishness. As long as Dai Su's arms were locked by Su Zimo, he would definitely die. The burst of divine steed fleeting as well as plow heaven stride coupled with the power of divine steed dismemberment was enough to rip Dai Su apart. In the face of Su Zimo's attacks that were like a tempestuous storm, Dai Su's eyes were filled with an initial flash of panic before calming down. Ah! He roared and yet another spirit light shone on his body. Boom! The 4th spirit meridian had appeared. The 5th. The 6th. Instantly, 6 spirit meridians appeared on Dai Su's body. His aura expanded rapidly and his spirit energy was rich as he entered a berserk state. 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. There were not many Foundation Establishment cultivators who could unlock 6 of the 8 Meridian channels. Furthermore, the more Meridians one had unlocked, the tougher it would be to unlock more. The difficulty level of unlocking the Meridians wasn't the same. Unless one entered the ancient battlefield and obtained a huge opportunity within, it was already almost the limit for one to unlock 6 Meridians in Tianhuang mainland. Initially, Dai Su did not use all his strength. That was because in his opinion, Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment. This was someone who was far inferior to his cultivation realm and there was no need for that. The outcome of the battle was already decided. But now, after Su Zimo unleashed that formidable chain of attacks, Dai Su realized that the battle was not as simple as he thought it was. The spirit energy of 6 spirit meridians exploded instantly. You're courting death. There was a fierce look on Dai Su's eyes as he clasped his hands in front of him and formed a huge ball of spirit energy, blocking Su Zimo's way. This ball of spirit energy was condensed from almost all of Dai Su's strength and was not to be underestimated. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. If Dai Su was only at 3 or even 4 meridians, Su Zimo was confident that he could kill the former with just the burst of his physical strength. However, Dai Su's strength at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment was not something that Su Zimo could take head-on with his physical strength. Right then, the combined momentum of Divine Steed Fleeting and Plow Heaven Stride was too strong, and it was too late for Su Zimo to make a change in move. He channeled his bloodline. Bang! Boom! Boom! Splash! A horrifying sound came from Su Zimo's body. It was like thunder rumbling, and it surged like a tsunami in a terrifying manner. Chapter 288, The Terrifying Blood Chi. Chapter 288, The Terrifying Blood Chi. Blood like a tsunami and the sound of thunder rumbling. At that moment, Su Zimo, who was charging over, resembled a divine steed that was shining with lightning as furious tsunamis gushed from behind him. Boom! Su Zimo's knee hit the spirit energy ball that was created by Dai Su, exploding with a loud bang. A huge halo of energy burst out from the middle of the collision in a bedazzling manner, shining like daylight. The light ball exploded and the violent spirit energy within was released entirely. The spirit energy of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely concentrated, and Su Zimo's body was repelled immediately, flipping a few times in the air before landing on the ground slowly. Dai Su stumbled back a couple of steps and his feet sank into the mud before he stood firmly. It was an even split. That was completely a frontal clash without any techniques involved. The spirit energy of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator could match the power of bloodline that Su Zimo had released. While Su Zimo was able to kill a golden core on that night a couple of months ago, he knew very well that if it was a one-on-one battle, neither he nor Night Spirit would be a match for golden cores. On the one hand, the reason why Su Zimo lured Dai Su to this place was to kill the latter. On the other hand, Su Zimo wanted to know how powerful his demonic cultivation strength was and what cultivation realm of cultivators he could go up against. In short, Su Zimo viewed Dai Su as a guinea pig. The moment the previous attack collided, Su Zimo understood. With greater mastery of the organ's refinement section, the strength released by him channeling his bloodline was enough to go head-on against the strength of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Dai Su dug out an elixir with his left hand and swallowed it. He manipulated his flying sword with his right hand and glared at Su Zimo, panting slightly. While Dai Su appeared calm on the surface, he was in shock internally. In his eyes, Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment. Given his cultivation at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, he should be able to kill Su Zimo with ease. But now, Dai Su suddenly realized that Su Zimo's actual trump card was his terrifying physique and melee combat strength. Tsunami blood? That was a mystical realm of the legends. How could someone have cultivated it for real? Even ancient ferocious beasts should not have been able to cultivate it. The elixir that he had just swallowed had turned into a thick wave of spirit energy that coursed through his 6 meridians, making up for the consumption previously. Shoo! Dai Su struck first and pointed forward. His flying sword transformed into a rainbow and sped forth. Su Zimo's body flickered and he dodged the flying sword barely. Ta! 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 Within a few steps, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of Dai Su. Dai Su's expression was unchanged as he conjured a hand seal, summoning a sword of spirit energy in front of him that he used to stab at Su Zimo fiercely with his backhand. At the same time, the superior-grade flying sword that was in midair changed directions and was already behind Su Zimo. Break it! With a loud shout, Su Zimo's blood began to surge in his body. He flexed his arm and drew a semicircle in midair before slamming it heavily against the incoming spirit energy sword using his hand like a seal. Snap! Cracks appeared and extended on the spirit energy sword, covering it entirely. Dai Su shuddered and shock flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Su Zimo's arm twitched in reverse and he rested it gently on the incoming flying sword like an elephant's nose without even looking back. He coiled his hand around the sword. The spirit energy on the superior grade flying sword dispersed and it fell into Su Zimo's palms in the blink of an eye. Swash! Su Zimo did not stop and he seized the snatched superior grade flying sword, stabbing it towards Dai Su's head. Ah! Dai Su exclaimed and exerted strength in his legs as he leaped up. Clang! The superior grade flying sword struck the armor around Dai Su's chest area. Shining with 3 golden spirit patterns, the golden armor emitted a strong power of resistance. The flying sword merely pierced it, but it had difficulty penetrating through. It was a superior grade defensive armor. Dai Su was frightened and broke out in cold sweat. While they had only fought for a single round, he would have been a dead man if not for that golden armor of his. Kill! Dai Su hollered in anger and conjured spirit seals with both hands, releasing spirit arts that shot towards Su Zimo. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo waved his fist and knocked over the incoming spirit energies, causing them to disperse with a slight pause of his body. Making use of the collision's impact, Dai Su retreated violently. He summoned a flying sword and leaped onto it, speeding towards the direction of the capital. He realized that he was no match for Su Zimo and made an instant decision to run away without hesitation. There was no way Su Zimo was going to let Dai Su get out alive as he stood up and chased after the latter. The 2 men sped through the forest, alarming countless birds and beasts. Dai Su gritted his teeth as spirit energy circulated crazily in his dantian and it throbbed in pain. It was almost at its limits. He knew that he would definitely die if Su Zimo caught up to him. Given that they had quite a huge gap between their cultivation realms, the speeds of their sword kinesis flight differed equally as well. As long as he could get out of the forest, the skies were much more spacious outside and Su Zimo would not be able to catch up to him no matter the methods he had up his sleeves. Su Zimo sped through the forest and his bloodline circulated relentlessly. He was also at the limits of his circulation and he was closing in to Dai Su. With a calm gaze, Su Zimo looked at Dai Su's back view. The edge of the forest was not far away. He had to kill Dai Su before the latter got out of the forest. A demonic glint flickered in Su Zimo's eyes as he reared his head and howled into the skies, releasing an extremely terrifying aura from his body that permeated through the forest. It was enough for all beasts to bow their heads. This was something that was even more terrifying than his power of bloodline, the power of blood chi. In that scarlet mist, Su Zimo's figure was partially invisible. His eyes were black as ink, looking like he was a peerless demon that was treading through darkness as he chased after his prey that was not far away. Dai Su suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. It felt as though he was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast and his scalp tingled like he was being stabbed in the back. Instinctively, Dai Su turned around. Under the cover of the scarlet demonic chi, a tall figure walked through the forest and by making use of his body's burst, flickered between the trees in an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived in front of Dai Su. Boom! Stomping its feet on the ground, the figure produced such immense force that the ground was ripped apart, revealing 2 deep and dark cracks. With the burst of his physical body, the figure leaped into the air and reached a height of about 100 feet. A shadow enveloped the place. The next moment, Dai Su's pupils constricted and he felt his limbs go cold. You are. He only managed to say those 2 words when a white palm landed on his throat and grabbed ruthlessly. Dai Su's throat was fragile as tofu in the hands of Su Zimo and was ripped into a bloody mist that permeated the voids. With a scoop, Su Zimo took away the storage bag on Dai Su's waist and descended. By the time he landed on the ground, the demonic chi around Su Zimo had already vanished entirely and the blood chi within his body was calm as normal. In no time, under the hazy night sky, a green-robed cultivator left the forest and sped in the direction of the capital. The forest regained its calm once more. Chapter 289, Xiaoning's Path. Chapter 289, Xiaoning's Path. By the time Su Zimo returned to Mo's spirit weapon workshop, it was already late at night. Landing softly in the courtyard, his ears quivered and he listened intently, vaguely hearing two stable streams of breathing emanating from Nian Qi's room. In the darkness, a black figure that resembled a ghost walked over silently. It was Night Spirit. Su Zimo relaxed slightly and calmed down. As long as Night Spirit was around, it meant that Night Spirit and Xiaoning were safe. They must have already slept. Xiaoning had experienced many things today. Initially, she was able to create a perfect spirit regeneration elixir during her elixir competition with Yixing, but she was met with an ambush and her elixir formation failed. Later on, she was left helpless against the encirclement of cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Right after, she met Su Zimo. Thereafter, Su Zimo killed on the streets and was brought to the palace, causing Xiaoning to be worried all the way until he returned safely. Going through a roller coaster of emotions as such was the most draining for one's mental state. Su Zimo did not wake the two of them up. He returned to his room and sat cross-D in deep thoughts. Today, he was reunited with Xiaoning and met with the Emperor of Great Zhou again. He believed that it wouldn't take long before the Emperor guessed that Ling was Su Zimo. In reality, given the Emperor's intelligence, the main reason why he hadn't guessed the truth was because in his knowledge, Su Zimo was a mortal who could not cultivate. However, Ling was a Foundation Establishment cultivator and the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou renowned throughout the capital. One of them was buried in soil while the other sat on clouds. The difference was too great. But of course, that identity could not be hidden for long and would definitely be exposed at the sect competition. Su Zimo was indifferent to this matter. He would just let nature take its course. The night passed by silently and the next morning arrived. Xiaoning woke up bright and early to check if Su Zimo had returned. The moment she walked out of her room, she caught sight of him sitting in the courtyard, drinking freshly brewed tea in a pleased manner. "Brother, sorry, I fell asleep yesterday." Xiaoning had wanted to wait for Su Zimo to return the previous night. However, she could not fight the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. "Don't worry about it." Su Zimo smiled and pointed to a stone stool beside him. "Sit down and talk to me." "Yes." Xiaoning sat down obediently and took over a cup of tea that Su Zimo handed to her. When she took a single sip, the fragrance wafted into her nose and she felt like all her pores had opened up. "When did you come to the capital?" Su Zimo asked. "I've been here for almost a year." Xiaoning replied, "I was the one who requested to be sent here. Sister Yaoxue and the others have not arrived yet." After saying that, Xiaoning paused on purpose and looked up at Su Zimo's face. His head lowered. Su Zimo was sipping his tea with a calm expression as though he hadn't heard anything and did not react to it at all. Xiaoning had no choice but to continue. "I was thinking that I could kill two birds with one stone. Not only can I help others refine elixirs, I can improve myself on the Tao of elixirs." Su Zimo asked again, "How did you think of becoming an elixir refinement master?" Xiaoning only had a pseudo-spirit root. Even if she focused on cultivation entirely without spending time on elixir refinement, she might not be able to reach Golden Core Realm. Su Zimo was puzzled as to why Xiaoning would still choose to become an elixir refinement master given such circumstances. She sighed softly, suddenly looking somewhat dejected. After a moment, she said slowly, "Among the three of us, only Big Brother can't cultivate. I'm afraid that he will leave us one day." Su Zimo remained silent. There were countless nights where he had pondered over the same question and carried the same worries. If he and Xiaoning could both form cores, Su Hong would definitely leave the world before them as his lifespan would not be longer than more than 100 years. Perhaps, no one could understand the kinship between the three of them. Even though Su Zimo and Xiaoning were already on the path of cultivation, both of them carried a strong sense of dependence and attachment towards Su Hong in the depths of their hearts. If not for Su Hong, both of them would not have been alive back then. Ever since Su Zimo and Xiaoning could remember things, neither of them had met their parents. In their hearts, Su Hong was like their parents. Xiaoning said in a smitten manner, I know that it's something we have to experience eventually, the fact of life and death. However, I wish for that moment to come a little later. I heard from others that some powerful elixir refinement masters are able to refine elixirs that can increase one's lifespan. Therefore, I want to try. Even if it's for a single year, a single month, or a single day, I'll be happy to do it. Su Zimo was moved as he stretched his arms and hugged Xiaoning, who had tears in her eyes, gently, remaining silent. Most cultivators took on the path of cultivation in pursuit of longevity. Su Zimo had never heard of elixirs that could increase one's lifespan. Even if there was a recipe for that in the world, the conditions required must be unimaginably harsh, akin to ascending the heavens. However, Xiaoning chose to walk the path of an elixir refinement master despite knowing that. Even if an elixir as such only existed in the illusory tales of the legends, she wanted to give it a shot for that sliver of hope in her heart. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized something. It was not a coincidence that Xiaoning had such achievements in elixir refinement. Her persistence was not something that everyone possessed. After a moment, Su Zimo asked, what is up with that elixir furnace? Xiaoning stood up and took out the exquisite and old elixir furnace, placing it on the table. I came across it on a small store in Yongxing City. Back then, I didn't think much about it, only that it looked rather ancient and there was nothing special about it. However, when I picked it up, I felt a strange feeling in my heart. That's why I bought it, but He Xing of True Fire Elixir Workshop happened to see it. Su Zimo looked at the elixir furnace thoughtfully. Xiaoning continued, later on, I realized the difference after I started refining elixirs with this elixir furnace. As long as I carry this elixir furnace with me, I'll be extremely focused when I refine elixirs. If nothing major happens, it will be extremely difficult for me to be distracted. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder that Xiaoning was in a perfect state of focus during the elixir competition the previous day. So, it was also in part thanks to this mysterious elixir furnace. Put it away. Su Zimo instructed, don't give this elixir furnace to anyone no matter what. Keep it for yourself. I have a feeling that this elixir furnace has an impressive background. It was an inanimate object, but it could affect one's mental state. Even Su Zimo would not be able to forge an elixir furnace as such. Yes. Xiaoning nodded. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, from today onwards, you can cultivate here at my place. You can head back when it's time for the sect competition. Many things had happened yesterday and Su Zimo would be worried if Xiaoning continued to stay in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Furthermore, he was intending to make use of this final month to help Xiaoning raise her cultivation realm. She had a pseudo-spirit root and her cultivation speed was the slowest. Therefore, Su Zimo made some supplementary array formations for Xiaoning to help her absorb spirit chi better. He only used superior grade spirit stones for the formations. Usually, only golden cores would be the ones to cultivate with superior grade spirit stones. However, Su Zimo's plan was simple, he would just splurge on superior grade spirit stones. After all, the one thing he did not lack right now was spirit stones. Chapter 290, Exposed Identity. Chapter 290, Exposed Identity. As the sect competition approached, the number of cultivators that arrived in the capital gradually increased and there were already major sects that arrived with their disciples. Among them, of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace, True Fire Sect, Azure Frost Sect and Southern Mountains Sect had already sent golden cores that led people with them to the capital. Even though they were also one of the 5 major sects, Ethereal Peak did not have any disciples arriving yet. Many cultivators had expected such a situation. 3 years ago, news of the battle in Dongling Valley spread and everyone had heard about it. It was said that the battle was extremely tragic and almost all of Ethereal Peak's elite disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm were killed. They even lost several golden cores as well. It was almost impossible for them to nurture Foundation Establishment cultivators who were qualified to contend for the spirit ranking within 3 years. Before this, Ethereal Peak could take up at least 3 of the 10 spots on the spirit ranking. But now, Ethereal Peak was no longer qualified to compete for the spirit ranking which they had the most advantage in. As for the elixir and weapon rankings, disciples of Ethereal Peak had never ever been on it. The only hope they had left was for the talisman ranking, but even then, the chances were slim. Hence, in the eyes of the masses, there was even a possibility that Ethereal's sect would choose to give up on the sect competition this time round. Palace, Rain Admiration Pavilion. A man and woman stood side by side. The man was dressed in a yellow robe. Hands behind his back, his forehead was broad and his gaze was filled with wisdom. This was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. The woman beside him wore a faint, pale yellow dress with a ribbon tied around her waist, revealing her exquisite figure perfectly. She was extremely beautiful, graceful and elegant. This was none other than the third princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Emperor's daughter, Jiyaoxue. Why didn't you come back earlier? The Emperor asked. Jiyaoxue lowered her head in silence. Frowning, the Emperor turned slightly and asked, "You're still blaming me?" "I wouldn't dare." Jiyaoxue shook her head gently and her tone was calm. The Emperor sighed, somewhat helplessly. "Swear, you have to know that I will never harm you. If there's a single person in this world that wholeheartedly wishes for your best interests, that would be me. I know that your intentions definitely mean well, father." Jiyaoxue turned around and looked at the Emperor, somewhat indifferently. "However, I have grown up. There are many decisions that I wish to make for myself." "How do you decide for yourself? Do you really want to become Tao companions with a mortal?" The Emperor furrowed his brows and looked at the stubborn Jiyaoxue. Suddenly, he felt furious and could not help but raise his voice. "In 100 years' time, you will be in your prime while he would be in his twilight. How are you guys going to face that together? Have you ever thought about these problems?" Jiyaoxue kept her silence and did not wish to argue against the angered Emperor. Taking a deep breath of air, the Emperor composed himself and suddenly said, "I customized a supreme-grade flying sword for you recently. The specifications are entirely according to your preferred weight and design. Go and collect it yourself." "A supreme-grade flying sword? Customized?" Jiyaoxue was slightly stunned and looked shocked. However, she snapped out of it almost instantly and probed, "It's from Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop? You've heard about Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop as well?" The Emperor raised his brows, turning to ask. "Yes." Jiyaoxue nodded. "In the past year, the reputation of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop has long been spread to our sect. I'm afraid there aren't many people who haven't heard of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty." Pausing for a moment, Jiyaoxue continued, "I heard that today's the day for Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop start of the month auction. My master has long prepared materials and spirit stones to partake in it." "That's perfect." The Emperor revealed a smile. "Go over and take a look. You can conveniently collect your flying sword as well. All you have to do is tell them my name." Jiyaoxue frowned. For some reason, she felt that there was another meaning behind her father's smile. The Emperor continued, "I've met this Ling before and he's quite a decent young man. Even though he's only in his early 20s, he is mature. Furthermore, he has already attained such achievements. You wouldn't have been able to imagine that even though he's only a foundation establishment cultivator, Ling is already able to refine supreme grade." "Hold on." Seemingly sensing something, Jiyaoxue interrupted the Emperor and asked with raised brows, "Father, what are you trying to do?" The Emperor chuckled. "Don't worry, I don't mean anything. I merely want to show you what a true genius looks like. Ling is definitely far superior compared to that Su Zimo." "Father." Jiyaoxue interrupted the Emperor once more and shook her head, expressing her displeasure. "I don't want that flying sword anymore, nor do I want to meet this Ling. Shuer, listen to me." The Emperor said tenderly, "There's no disadvantage for you to take a look at this person. It's fine even if you aren't fated with him and don't fancy him. At the very least, You're able to make acquaintances with the #1 weapon refinement master of the great Zhou dynasty, right? Ji Yaoxue went silent. Seeing that Ji Yaoxue was tempted, the emperor joked. Furthermore, that flying sword was customized for you. If you don't collect it, do you want Mr. Mo to send it over to you personally? There's still 2 more hours before the auction begins and many golden cores must be gathered outside Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Have Bai Yuhan accompany you there. Ji Yaoxue thought about it for a moment before nodding. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she was held back by the emperor. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, right, there's a foundation establishment cultivator named Su Xiaoning in Azure Frost Sect. She's an Elixir refinement master and I heard that you guys are pretty close. What's her background? At the mention of Su Xiaoning, Ji Yaoxue's expression changed. She looked agitated with a fierce glare in her eyes as she replied loudly, Father, I have cut off all contact with him long ago. Why do you have to keep an eye on the Su family? Father, I told you not to touch anyone from the Su family. This has nothing to do with them at all. With a frosty expression, Ji Yaoxue left the Rain Admiration Pavilion without turning back. The emperor was expressionless as he looked at Ji Yaoxue's back view. However, his eyes shone brightly and a ripple spread within his heart. Ji Yaoxue's sudden agitation coupled with what she said stirred the emperor's suspicions. Su Xiaoning? Someone from the Su family? Why would a disciple of Azure Frost Sect be related to the Su family? Were there truly such coincidences in the world? The emperor's expressions changed continuously alongside his mood. He had a feeling that there was some sort of a secret that was placed right before his eyes and he was just short of addressing the elephant in the room. All of a sudden, the emperor's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled something. A few years ago, the Imperial Army Vice Commander that accompanied Ji Yaoxue to Pingyang town of Yan Country reported that the Su family had 2 sons and a daughter. If Su Xiaoning was the daughter, that would mean that the brother she acknowledged in the capital would be. Chapter 291, Mass Gathering. Chapter 291, Mass Gathering. Mo Ling, Su Zimo. The emperor furrowed his brows as he fell into deep thought. How was that possible? Even though the truth was seemingly out, the emperor was still unwilling to accept it. In his heart, he could not comprehend how the 2 completely different people became one. After some thought, he ordered in a deep voice, Men. Before long, 2 guards appeared and knelt on one knee. They had respectful expressions as they awaited the emperor's orders. Summon the Imperial Army Vice Commander, Dai Su. The emperor did not know much about the Su family situation and intended to summon Dai Su to ask the latter once more. Upon hearing the emperor's order, the 2 guards froze up and exchanged glances. Looking troubled, they did not leave immediately. What's wrong? The emperor's gaze turned cold. The 2 guards shuddered and one of them replied hurriedly, Your Majesty, Vice Commander Dai died about 10 days ago and his corpse was discovered in the forest tens of kilometers outside the capital. He's dead? The emperor narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed. The other guard said, Vice Commander Dai's throat was shattered. From the looks of it, the claws of a demon beast should have ripped it apart. Our preliminary guess is that he was attacked by a spirit demon. The emperor asked expressionlessly, Is his storage bag still there? No. The emperor scoffed coldly. If his storage bag is not there, it means that he was murdered by someone. While spirit demons possessed intelligence, they were unable to open the storage bags of cultivators and as such, it would be meaningless for them to take the storage bags away. Generally speaking, the death of an Imperial Army Vice Commander was nothing much in the palace and news of it would not reach the ears of the emperor. Even if he heard about this news, the emperor would not be bothered about the death of a Foundation establishment cultivator either. However, the emperor felt that something was amiss right now. Things were way too coincidental. Pondering for a moment, the emperor said in a deep voice, summon the Imperial Army soldiers who accompanied the third princess to Pingyang town of Yan country a couple of years ago. Also, summon the soldiers that were patrolling with Dai Su in the palace before his death. Understood. The two guards retreated. People came and went on the long streets. Among the crowd, two cultivators attracted the attention of many other cultivators who looked on with awe and fear. See that? The emblem on their sleeves and the sect badges on their waists indicate that they're from one of the 5 major sects, Southern Mountain Sect. The one in front should be perfected being Yun Shan, and the young man behind him should be the number 1 of all Foundation establishment cultivators in Southern Mountain Sect, Shijian. I heard that Shijian is extremely strong and has already unlocked 5 meridians. He should be able to get a spot on the spirit ranking. Before long, the two of them were submerged in the crowd. Soon, another female cultivator arrived in the crowd that caused another commotion. Look, that seems to be perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect. Yes, it's really her. Although she's a little old, she still looks ravishing as ever. Seems like perfected being Yi Ning must be the one leading the group from Azure Frost Sect for the sect competition. Before long, perfected being Yi Ning left in front of everyone's gazes. Not long later, another 3 cultivators arrived. Their leader was dressed in aquamarine robes and was at Golden Core Realm. With one hand behind his back, his eyes were long and narrow as he walked over slowly with a cold, sharp gaze. That man was accompanied by a man and woman walking side by side behind him. They were both Foundation establishment cultivators. The man was extraordinarily handsome and his eyes were like stars. Smiling, he was chatting with the woman beside him. She wore a faint green dress and looked to be in her 20s, exuding a gentle temperament with skin as fair as snow. Look, those 3 are from Iridescent Cloud's palace. If I'm not wrong, the aquamarine-robed cultivator at the front should be perfected being Sung Lang. It's said that he's immensely strong and has even cultivated an extremely powerful golden core phenomenon. He's one of the top experts among golden cores. The handsome man behind him is Si Yutong and he should be here for a spot on the spirit ranking. It's said that he has already unlocked 5 meridians and is a genius of the Iridescent Cloud's Palace Foundation establishment cultivators. That woman's name is Mengqi or something. She is rather comfortable to look at. To be able to be brought by perfected being Sung Lang and stand on Si Yutong's side, she's probably rather capable. As everyone discussed, the 3 of them gradually walked away. Look at the cultivators from Southern Mountain Sect, Azure Frost Sect and Iridescent Cloud's Palace. They seem to be walking in the same direction. Could something big be happening over there? Right then, someone suddenly realized and asked aloud. Don't you know? Today is the day for Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop's monthly auction. Those cultivators must be heading there to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Listening to the discussions around them, the handsome man from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Si Yutong, smiled. Junior sister, look. The auction that's held at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop at the start of every month is a rare event in the capital. Yes. Shenmengqi nodded and a trace of shock flickered through her eyes. Along the way, almost all the cultivators were discussing about the auction at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop today. Furthermore, they were not the only ones, even Southern Mountains Sect and Azure Frost Sect were taking part as well. The fact that a weapon refinement master could command such immense influence in the capital where he could almost have anything he wanted was something that Shenmengqi was completely impressed with. Even with the strength of her master, perfected being Sung Lang, he was not able to achieve some influence. Shenmengqi was looking forward to it as she said, I wonder how Mr. Mo looks like. It'll be great if we have a chance of befriending him. That's going to be difficult. Si Yutong shook his head. It said that only a few people had the chance to see Mr. Mo in the 3 years that Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop had been open. Let alone befriending, even the chance to catch sight of Mr. Mo would be something worth bragging about. Shenmengqi pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. Si Yutong comforted her, however, don't worry too much, junior sister. Master's purpose for heading there is to auction for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. If he succeeds, we might be able to bask in his glory and have a chance to meet Mr. M.O. Shenmengqi nodded. I'll definitely succeed. Right then, perfected being Song Lang remarked indifferently with certainty without looking back. He had prepared for 3 years just for this auction and was confident that he would be able to bid for the chance to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Before long, the 3 of them arrived in the vicinity of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Looking over, all 3 of them could not conceal the shock in their eyes and were dumbfounded. Even perfected being Song Lang's expression changed slightly. There were way too many people at the entrance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. A single glance over could tell that there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in the area. It was so densely crowded that it was like a sea of people. It looked extremely majestic. A rough scan of the crowd showed that just golden cores alone amounted to more than 1,000 people. It was rare to see so many golden cores gathered. However, all of them were now gathered in front of this seemingly ordinary residence, looking at it from time to time with expectant expressions. Chapter 292, Auction. Chapter 292, Auction. There's so many people. Ji Yaoxue was a little shocked and she saw the dense crowd before her. Even though she had long heard of the reputation of Mo's spirit weapon workshop, she never expected that an auction at the start of the month would attract so many cultivators. Yaoxue, you have no idea. I heard that this auction could very likely be the last. The person who spoke was dressed in a pure, white shirt. She was the commander of the White Hawk Guards, Bai Yuhan. The 2 of them were on very good terms and could address each other as they pleased in private. The last? Ji Yaoxue was puzzled. Bai Yuhan explained, yes, I heard that Mr. Mo's going to leave the capital after the sect competition. These golden cores are probably worried that they might not have such an opportunity again after Mr. M.O. leaves. Pausing for a moment, Bai Yuhan swept her gaze across the crowd not too far away. Look over there. There's golden cores from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Southern Mountains sect and even your Azure Frost sect. I reckon that this auction will be extremely intense. Ji Yaoxue nodded somewhat distractedly, looking a little troubled. Noticing Ji Yaoxue's strange behavior, Bai Yuhan asked softly, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Ji Yaoxue lowered her head in silence. You had a fight with your majesty and it's because of that Su Zimo? Bai Yuhan probed further. Yes. Ji Yaoxue replied and did not hide anything. She had spoken to Bai Yuhan about this matter a couple of years ago. Bai Yuhan continued, your majesty probably had a motive for letting you collect this supreme-grade flying sword. He wishes for you to get to know Mr. M.O., right? Ji Yaoxue nodded. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Sister Bai, what do you think of this? Me? Bai Yuhan chuckled. Even though I've never met that Su Zimo, I've met Mr. M.O. I dare to say that Su Zimo is definitely inferior to Mr. M.O. In the Rain Admiration Pavilion, that green-robed cultivator was neither servile nor overbearing. He remained calm against the pressure of 2 immense forces, True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. The way that he overturned the entire situation with a few words left a deep impression in Bai Yuhan. Ji Yaoxue frowned. Bai Yuhan said, Yaoxue, you may not believe me when I say that. However, you will definitely feel that this Mr. M.O. is different from everyone else the moment you meet him. Ji Yaoxue replied indifferently, we'll see. Perfected being Song Lang had his hands behind his back and his gaze was cold. Puffing his chest out, he led his 2 disciples, Shenmengqi and Si Yutong, into the crowd with a sharp aura. Many people turned around instinctively when they sensed it. Iridescent Cloud's Palace was one of the 5 major sections. In addition, perfected being Song Lang was famous and ruthless to begin with. While the crowd pushed against one another, many cultivators were wary and still chose to make a path. Before long, Perfected Being Tsang Lang and the other two arrived at the front of the crowd. Other than Perfected Being Tsang Lang and his two disciples, there was Perfected Being Yun Shan and his legacy disciple from Southern Mountain Sect, as well as Perfected Being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect in the first row. I'm determined to get my hands on the supreme grade spirit weapon this time round. Don't fight with me for it, fellow Taoists. Perfected Being Tsang Lang glanced sideways. Even though his tone was calm, it had an unquestionable authority. Foo-foo. Perfected Being Yun Shan laughed. Tsang Lang, your words are meaningless. You're determined to get it? So am I. Right after, Perfected Being Yun Shan turned to ask, what do you think, fellow Taoist Yi Ning? Nothing much. Since it's an auction, we'll just have a fair competition. There's nothing much to think about. Perfected Being Yi Ning had prepared a long time for this supreme grade spirit weapon auction as well, and naturally would not leave just because of a single statement from Perfected Being Tsang Lang. Perfected Being Tsang Lang scoffed coldly and said nothing more. Creak. Right then, a small gap opened from the main door of Mo's spirit weapon workshop suddenly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes landed on Mo's spirit weapon workshop's door in excitement and anticipation. A girl came out of the door. Her hair was yellowed and disheveled. However, she was so beautiful that people would subconsciously ignore that flaw. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, you're finally out. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, you've gotten more beautiful, a golden core said shamelessly. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, it's me. Cough. Cough. I'm here again. All the cultivators who had stayed in the capital for over a year knew that Mr. Mo would not appear at every auction and Nian Qi would always be the one hosting. Even though she was dressed like a maidservant and was only at Foundation establishment, none of the golden cores present dared to look down on her. Nian Qi did not say anything and pushed down against the air with both hands. That initially noisy scene quietened down. There were tens of thousands of cultivators present with golden cores among them. However, a simple hand gesture from a maidservant was enough to have everyone quietened down. Shen Mengqi's eyes revealed a trace of envy. What sort of an extraordinary character was this person's master if she could possess such power even as a maidservant? I see many new and foreign fellow Taoists present today, so I'll repeat the rules of the auction once more in simple terms. All bidders will obtain a number from me and they will need to prepare 30 sets of materials. The starting price will be at 500,000 superior grade spirit stones and each bid must be no less than 10,000. The highest bidder will win. With it, Nian Qi took out a large number of jade tokens from her storage bag. They had numbers marked on them and were scattered into the air. Perfected Being Tsang Lang waved his sleeves and snatched the first token. Perfected Being Yun Shan obtained the second token and Perfected Being Yi Ning obtained the third. The other numbered tokens were taken away by the many golden cores behind them. While there were many people present, of the tens of thousands of people, most of them were disciples of the golden cores. The true bidders were the thousands of golden cores present. Let the auction begin. The moment Nian Qi's voice faded, someone in the crowd started bidding. An exquisite carriage was parked in a small alley not far away from the crowd. There were two women sitting inside the carriage. One of them was voluptuous with a curvy figure, exuding a mature and alluring aura. The other woman wore a pink dress with a veil over her face. While her appearance could not be seen, each time she blinked her eyes, there was a ripple of light that bewitched one's soul. Auntie Gu, what's the background of this Mo Ling? He's stealing business away from Sky Treasure Auction House with his auction. The girl in pink frowned slightly with a tinge of anger and curiosity in her voice. I'm not sure, the mature woman referred to as Auntie Gu shook her head. I heard father mention that he's a young man in his early 20s. He seems to admire this man a lot and has high regards for him, the girl in pink replied. Why? Our great mistress of the Pure Maiden sect is personally interested in him? Auntie Gu looked at the girl in pink with an ambiguous smile and asked jokingly. Tisk. The girl in pink pursed her lips in slight disdain and raised her chin, saying confidently, if I were to show myself, all I need to do is beckon my finger at him and that so-called Ling is going to bow beneath my feet obediently. Chapter 293, and the winner is? Chapter 293, and the winner is? Auntie Gu smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from her glabella and scanned through the courtyard of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. That was the spirit consciousness that only nascent souls possess. It was even more powerful than the 5 senses of cultivators. Unblocked by any obstructions, it could permeate to every single corner like an air current. After a while, Auntie Gu's expression turned extremely strange as her eyes widened in shock. She muttered to herself in disbelief, "It's him? Who?" The girl in pink leaned over and asked curiously, blinking her sparkling eyes. Auntie Gu smiled. "Yenner, this is someone that you can't do anything to even if you beckon your finger." "I don't believe you." The girl in pink pouted and said, "If I meet some old monster, perhaps my powers might not be enough to charm him. But a young man in his early 20s that's hot-blooded? Humph. There's no way he can escape my grasp. What I'm worried about now is that you'll chase after him like a silly lass if he beckons his finger at you." Auntie Gu shook her head and smiled gently. However, a simple motion and smile of hers possessed a flirtatious allure. "Auntie Gu, I'm even more unconvinced when you put it that way." The girl in pink wheedled and pounced into Auntie Gu's arms while fondling wildly with both hands. If any men were to witness this scene, they would definitely lose control instantly. Auntie Gu smiled tenderly and waved her snow-white arms a few times, pushing the girl in pink back. "You don't believe me? You ran off previously with someone without even leaving me a message to tell me that you were safe, making me worried for nothing. Oh my, that's already a couple of years ago. Furthermore, that Su Zimo was rather interesting. It was quite fun teasing him for no reason," the girl in pink giggled. "Is that so?" Auntie Gu laughed. "In that case, this Ling is quite interesting too." "Ah." Stunned for a moment, the girl in pink could not react in time. However, she could tell that Auntie Gu was implying something and she could not help but tilt her head slightly in deep thought. After a moment, the girl in pink clutched her mouth and nearly exclaimed. She asked with widened eyes, "Su Zimo, Ling, they can't be the same person, right?" "It's him." Auntie Gu retracted her smile and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop through the curtains. "To think that I have still underestimated him." Of the 2 women, one of them was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. The other was the pure maiden of Pure Maiden Sect, Demoness Ji, the daughter of the emperor, the great Zhou dynasty's youngest princess. "It's really him?" Demoness Ji clapped and laughed. "Auntie Gu, didn't I say that he was interesting? I really want to know how he did it. Was it only because of that ancient tempering manual? You want to go in and meet him?" Gu Shi could not help but ask after seeing how eager Demoness Ji was. "That's right." Demoness Ji was about to step out of the carriage when she sat back down after sweeping her gaze. "What's wrong?" Gu Shi asked. Demoness Ji shook her head. "Sister's over there. I had better not go." Chuckling, Gu Shi turned back to look in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop in deep thought. Number 975, 1 million. Number 68, 101 million. Number 32, 102 million. In just a short while, the price of the supreme grade spirit weapon had already surpassed 1 million superior grade spirit stones under the immense bidding of the golden cores. Before most of the golden cores present could bid, the price had already exceeded their capabilities and they could merely watch the crowd dejectedly. After crossing the 1 million superior grade spirit stones mark, the speed of the bids slowed down. The golden cores became extremely prudent with every bid, increasing it by 10,000 each time. Normally, the price of a supreme grade spirit weapon would be around 1 million superior grade spirit stones at most. However, supreme-grade spirit items were treasures that had limited supply and were rare to see in the market. Typically, cultivators who could obtain supreme-grade spirit weapons would use them personally and would not bear to sell it. Furthermore, this bid was for a customized supreme-grade spirit weapon and was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity that was even rarer. In the first row, the golden cores from the major sects of Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Southern Mountains Sect and Azure Frost Sect had yet to make their bids. Seeing that the price had already reached 11 million, Perfected Being Song Lang said all of a sudden, "Let's not waste any more time. Number 5 million. The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The sudden raise of 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough to discourage more than half of the cultivators who wanted to continue bidding. 5 million superior-grade spirit stones was not something that every golden core could produce. Spirit stones were consumables after all. For cultivators, the most important thing was still to raise their cultivation realms. If one wanted to raise their cultivation realm, they would have to expend spirit stones to cultivate. Not to mention the golden cores of itinerant cultivators and some minor sects, even Perfected Being Yunshan and Perfected Being Yi Ning felt their mouths cramp up slightly. Their expressions changed when they heard of the bid of Perfected Being Song Lang. After Perfected Being Song Lang's bid, a couple of breaths passed without anyone continuing to raise the bid. Number 3, 51 million spirit stones. Right then, Perfected Being Yi Ning spoke and raised the bid by 10,000. Perfected Being Song Lang sneered and turned to Perfected Being Yunshan, asking, "Fellow Taoist Yunshan, aren't you bidding? If you wait any longer, you're not going to have the chance soon." Perfected Being Yunshan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Number 2, 52 million. The moment he said that, Perfected Being Song Lang spoke again with a calm expression, "Number 8 million. That single statement raised the price by nearly 300,000. Perfected Being Yunshan's expression darkened as he glared at Perfected Being Song Lang viciously. Perfected Being Yi Ning took a deep breath of air and said slowly, "Number 3, 81 million. 2 million superior-grade spirit stones, that was her limit. If it exceeds 2 million superior-grade spirit stones, she would have to back down no matter what." The golden cores at the back were already silent as they watched the scene quietly. The price of the supreme-grade spirit weapon was now so high that it was basically a tussle between Perfected Being Song Lang and Perfected Being Yi Ning. Even Perfected Being Yunshan no longer dared to speak. Perfected Being Song Lang seemed to sense the pressure on Perfected Being Yi Ning. Raising his brows slightly, he spoke, "Number 85 million. Perfected Being Yi Ning's heart surged when she caught sight of Perfected Being Song Lang's provocative gaze as she declared loudly, "Number 3, 2 million. That was her limit. If Perfected Being Song Lang raised the bid again, she would back off. This time, Perfected Being Song Lang finally laughed as he commented leisurely, "Fellow Taoist Yi Ning, that's your limit, right? Number 1 million. Perfected Being Yi Ning's eyes dimmed as she shook her head. Her final gambit of raising the price to 2 million was to exert immense pressure on Perfected Being Song Lang, hoping that he could withdraw from the bid. But it was to no avail. 5 breaths passed and no one raised the bid further. Perfected Being Song Lang scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. In fact, there was even a vague hint of threat in them. There was a clear meaning in his gaze. Whoever dared to cause trouble now would be making an enemy of him. Chapter 294, Our Young Master Makes the Decision. Chapter 294, Our Young Master Makes the Decision. When Perfected Being Song Lang made the high bid of 2.01 million superior-grade spirit stones, there was no longer any suspense in the auction. If even Perfected Being Yunshan and Perfected Being Yi Ning, who were similarly from the 5 major sects, had to lower their heads helplessly, cultivators of minor sects or itinerant cultivators stood no chance at all. As long as 10 breaths passed without anyone raising the bid, the opportunity for customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon this time round would belong to perfected being Tsang Lang. It's basically settled. Outside the crowd, Bai Yuhan said softly. Ji Yaoxue nodded. Yes, judging from perfected being Tsang Lang's attitude and tone, he must have prepared more than 2 million super spirit stones. Bai Yuhan smiled. That determined aura of his alone is enough to suppress the crowd. Even if someone jumped out to raise the bid right now, it would be hard to win against him. Furthermore, they would sow a grudge with him and it wouldn't be worth it. That's right. As the two of them conversed, the 10 breaths passed. Indeed, despite having more than 1,000 golden cores present, none of them had what it took to raise the price. The dust had settled. Perfected being Tsang Lang heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he came prepared, 2 million superior-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him. If someone really jumped in to raise the bid at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue bidding. Thankfully, nothing of the sort happened. Happiness flashed in perfected being Tsang Lang's long and narrow eyes as he revealed a smile. He could not conceal the delight on his face. In a small alley not far away, Gushi lowered the curtains and said slowly, "Let's go back. There's nothing much to see anymore." "Yes, let's go," Demoness Ji nodded as well. The driver rode the carriage and began to turn it around. The crowd in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop began to disperse as well. Many golden cores were in low spirits as they looked longingly at the doors of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Perfected being Tsang Lang turned to look at perfected being Yunshan and perfected being Yi Ning at the side, smiling faintly. "Thank you for giving in. Fellow Daoist Tsang Lang is so rich. I truly can't beat you, congrats." Perfected being Yunshan laughed coldly and left with Shijian. Perfected being Yi Ning harumphed coldly without saying anything, but she felt indignant. Perfected being Tsang Lang laughed lightly at the sight of the two of them. Feeling smug, he turned around and raised his chin at Nian Qi. "Hey, young lady. Announce the results." Si Yutang said in a low voice, "Junior sister, Master succeeded in his bid. We might have a chance to meet Mr. Mo later." "Yes." Shen Mengqi clenched her fists tightly in anticipation and nodded. Ever since the auction began, Nian Qi had not said a single word. She stood in front of the door looking at the many golden cores bidding below with a calm expression. It was only at this moment that Nian Qi raised her voice and said, "I hereby announce that the fellow Daoist who has obtained the rights to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon in this auction is number 3. The crowd was originally starting to disperse. However, everyone's footsteps came to a gradual stop not long after Nian Qi spoke. They had puzzled expressions on their faces. Number 3? Wasn't perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect number 3? Did she announce wrongly or were they hearing things? Everyone turned around subconsciously. In the small alley, just as the carriage was about to leave, a soft hum suddenly sounded from within. "Why number 3? A gentle voice sounded, filled with confusion. Outside the crowd, Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan exchanged glances in shock as well. This. Bai Yuhan was also a little confused as she blinked her eyes. Normally, it's the highest bidder that gets it. Why would it be number 3? Perfected being Tsang Lang's smile froze on his face when he heard Nian Qi's voice at the entrance. Perfected being Yun Shan's footsteps came to a stop as he turned back and looked in deep thought. Perfected being Yi Ning stood rooted on the spot, unable to react for a moment after being struck by the surprise that fell from the skies. "Young lady, did you announce it wrongly?" Perfected being Tsang Lang frowned slightly with a displeased expression. "No." Nian Qi replied naturally. Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression darkened. Flipping out his number token, he showed in and said in a deep voice, "Look carefully, I'm number 1. Earlier on, number 1 was the highest bidder with 2.01 million superior grade spirit stones." Ho! Nian Qi nodded. "You're right." Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression relaxed slightly when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Nianqi changed the topic and said in a serious manner, "But, the one who obtained the right to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon is number 3. Initially, everyone thought that they had misheard things when the result was announced. But this time round, all the cultivators present heard it clearly. Something was happening. The cultivators who had already left gathered in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop at an even faster speed, most of them gloating and waiting to watch the show. There was initially no one left around perfected being Song Lang, but in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by people once more. A mocking look flashed in perfected being Yun Shan's eyes as he asked out of pretension, "Fellow Taoist Song Lang, what's going on?" "Humph." Perfected being Song Lang had an ugly expression on his face as he snorted coldly. Glaring at Nianqi with a dark expression, he asked slowly, "Young lady, are you joking with me?" A terrifying aura was emanating from perfected being Song Lang that slowly closed in to pressure Nianqi. Everyone could tell that perfected being Song Lang was really furious at the moment. Nianqi was expressionless against perfected being Song Lang's oppressive aura as she asked instead, "Do I look like I'm joking?" "Fine. I demand an explanation." Perfected being Song Lang strode forward. His long and narrow eyes shone brightly as he questioned with an intimidating aura. Against perfected being Song Lang's aggression, Nianqi looked impatient as she frowned and asked, "What explanation do you need?" "I was clearly the highest bidder at 201 superior grade spirit stones. Why are you giving others the chance to customize a supreme grade spirit weapon?" Perfected being Song Lang said slowly, "Young lady, if you didn't hear clearly, I can repeat it to you. I, perfected being Song Lang, was the highest bidder. All the cultivators present can vouch for me." "Ho!" Nianqi responded calmly, and, then? Perfected being Song Lang felt a dull pain in his heart as he shuddered and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hopping with rage, he was on the verge of breaking down. However, the other party was carefree as ever. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter when they saw perfected being Song Lang's pale expression. "My master was the one who bid for 201 million superior grade spirit stones, didn't you hear that?" Si Yutong, perfected being Song Lang's disciple behind him, could no longer take it as he stood out and shouted. Nianqi covered her ears and replied loudly in a coquettish manner, "What are you shouting for? So what if you're rich?" Her words almost choked Si Yutong to death. Finally, someone burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves any longer. Perfected being Song Lang took a deep breath. The muscles on his face and the corners of his eyes were twitching madly as he said with gritted teeth, "You clearly said that the highest bidder would win. I want to ask, where are the rules of Mo's spirit weapon workshop? Where is the fairness?" "Rules? Fairness?" Nianqi looked at perfected being Song Lang with an "you are so naive" gaze and said, "All the rules and fairness in Mo's spirit weapon workshop are decided by our young master." Chapter 295, Unreasonable. Chapter 295, Unreasonable. In other words, it meant that putting aside the fact that the bid was at 201 million superior grade spirit stones, even if the bid was at 10 million, none of it matters if the young master did not want to make that person a spirit weapon. Perfected being Song Lang's face darkened and his mouth twitched. At that moment, he felt an extreme discomfort as though he had just punched a cotton ball and could not exert any strength at all. Sensing the mocking gaze of everyone around, Si Yutong and Shenmingqi felt their cheeks burn in shame. Si Yutong had experienced Nianqi's savageness in rebuttals and was still shrouded in the trauma of, "So what if you're rich?" so he naturally did not dare to provoke her anymore. Shenmingqi was angry and indignant. She could not help but head up and question, "Fellow Taoist, aren't you unreasonable? It was agreed on at the start that the highest bidder would win. Please don't try to reason with me." Nianqi waved her hands hurriedly and blinked her big, sparkling eyes as she explained in all seriousness, "That's because Mo's spirit weapon workshop has never been a reasonable place. You." Shenmingqi's body swayed and her face turned pale. she felt stifled and lost. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter burst forth from the crowd. Naturally, this was a pleasant surprise for perfected being Ning. She stepped forward with a smile and cupped her fists. Thank you, fellow Taoist Nian Qi. Nian Qi nodded. Perfected being Song Lang tried his best to calm himself down and suppress his anger. Young lady, since you said that your young master makes the decision, fine. I want to meet Mr. M.O. You think he's someone you can meet at your behest? Nian Qi glanced sideways at perfected being Song Lang and scoffed coldly. Young lady, I don't understand why the rights of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon for this auction went to someone else. But I would like you to inform him that perfected being Song Lang of Iridescent Cloud's Palace wishes to meet him. Perfected being Song Lang reared his head slightly with a proud look in his eyes. I'm sure Mr. M.O. must have heard of my name before. Young lady, I can understand if you're insensible. However, through my experience, I'm advising you not to make a decision for your young master regarding this matter or you might get punished for it. Nian Qi frowned slightly and hesitated. Perfected being Song Lang continued, I believe that no one in the territory of the great Zhou dynasty will reject to being friends with me. His words were extremely arrogant and firm. Indeed, perfected being Song Lang was qualified to speak of such words given his status and cultivation. No matter what, Nian Qi was not even 20 years old and was still a foundation establishment cultivator. For a moment, she was stunned by perfected being Song Lang's aura and could not make a decision. Nian Qi's expression was apprehensive. Prior to this, Su Zimo had only instructed her to ignore any bids from cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. She did not know the reason why either. At this moment, the aggressive and confident aura exuded by perfected being Song Lang filled her heart with worry. Was she being too reckless by making an unilateral decision of her own and establishing a powerful foe as such for her young master? Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, since it has already been decided, let's not, perfected being Ning said hesitantly. She was a little anxious that things might change if Nian Qi heads in to ask Mr. M.O. about things. However, she could not bring herself to say everything openly. Perfected being Song Lang spoke again with great confidence, I dare to declare that Mr. M.O. will definitely change his mind if you inform him about it. Additionally, if the spirit stones are not enough, I can raise it to 5 million superior grade spirit stones. Pust. Everyone gasped when they heard that. He raised the bid to 5 million just like that. Everyone could feel perfected being Song Lang's determination in getting his hands on that supreme-grade spirit weapon. When she heard that, perfected being Ning sighed and shook her head as well. She could retain her confidence if perfected being Song Lang's bid was a mere 10,000 above hers. However, perfected being Song Lang's bid was 5 million right now. If she was Mr. M.O., she would choose him as well. Everything aside, the price alone was an entire 500,000 superior grade spirit stones higher. There was no reason for Mr. M.O. to reject this offer at all. Nian Qi pondered for a moment and said, wait a moment. I'll go in and ask my young master. Returning to the residence, Nian Qi closed the door shut and sped towards Su Zimo's cultivation room. Before long, she arrived in front of his room and knocked on the door gently. Come in. Su Zimo's voice sounded. Nian Qi pushed the door open and went straight to the point. Sir, something happened at the auction. What's wrong? Su Zimo sat on the ground without rising up and asked casually. There was indeed a cultivator from Iridescent Cloud's palace that arrived for this auction. I ignored him entirely and gave the rights to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon to another cultivator. However, Nian Qi sorted out her thoughts before continuing, that Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivator seems rather powerful and says that he wants to meet you. He even said that you must have heard of his name and will definitely change your mind. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow. Right. Nian Qi added, that iridescent cloud's palace cultivator has already raised the bid to 2.5 million superior-grade spirit stones. It's an entire 500,000 more than the second-place bidder. So amazing. Smiling, Su Zimo turned and stretched his body while asking in a relaxed manner, "What's his name?" "Perfected being Song Lang." Su Zimo's actions suddenly paused. "What's wrong, sir?" Nian Qi asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled with a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. His tone was filled with emotion as he replied softly, "Nothing, he's an old acquaintance." "So, are you meeting him?" Nian Qi could not figure out Su Zimo's intentions. "Yes, definitely. But now is not the time." Su Zimo replied calmly, "Furthermore, he's right about one thing. I have indeed changed my mind. By the looks of it, most spirit weapon workshop must have some special rules." Outside the crowd, Ji Yaoshua asked in a puzzled manner. "I don't know." Bai Yuhan shook her head. "However, there must be some deeper meaning as to why Mr. Mo laid down such a rule." Ji Yaoshua frowned and fell into deep thought. Her gaze changed as she murmured softly, "Or could it be that Mr. Mo has some sort of a feud with Iridescent Cloud's palace?" "I'm not sure about any feuds he has with Iridescent Cloud's palace, but I know he's definitely at loggerheads with True Fire sect," Bai Yuhan replied. Within the carriage in a small alley not far away, Demoness Ji suddenly said, "I remember something. Su Zimo seems to have a grudge with perfected being Song Lang." "Oh?" Gu Shi was surprised. Demoness Ji recalled. Back in the palace of Yan country, he killed a cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace and even had another disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace relay the message that he would definitely take the life of perfected being Song Lang. If that's the case, that would explain the strange outcome from the auction just now. Gu Shi thought for a moment before shaking her head. However, Su Zimo is only a foundation establishment cultivator. He is still far from being able to take perfected being Song Lang's life. One is at foundation establishment while the other is at golden core. There's definitely a difference in strength. However, they are definitely comparable in terms of status by now, Demoness Ji replied. Everything aside, the mere weight of the words, Mr. Mo, was definitely enough to match perfected being Song Lang. Now that that is clear, the outcome of Nian Qi relaying the message will be. Demoness Ji grinned from ear to ear. Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch. Chapter 296, Kneel Down. Chapter 296, Kneel Down. Xiyutang said softly, "Master, don't worry. The maidservant is just ignorant and has not heard of your name, that's understandable. Once she reports the matter, Mr. Mo will definitely change his mind." "Yes." Perfected being Song Lang nodded. He had the confidence that there was no reason Mr. Mo would reject someone who bid 2.5 million superior-grade spirit stones and select somebody else. Xiyutang turned to his side and said tenderly to the dejected Shinmingqi, "Junior sister, you don't have to be upset too. There's no need for us to stoop to the level of a maidservant." Right then, the door to the residence opened with a creak and a gap opened. "She's out, she's out." A commotion broke out among the crowd. Perfected being Song Lang was not the only one, the surrounding cultivators were also awaiting a final outcome. Nian Qi walked out with a calm expression as she looked at perfected being Song Lang and nodded. "You are right, perfected being Song Lang. Our young master has indeed heard of your name and as you have expected, he has changed his mind as well." The dark clouds on perfected being Song Lang's face dissipated and he smiled again, looking to his side smugly. Perfected being Yi Ning's eyes dimmed. Although she had expected this outcome, she could not help but feel disappointed still. Xiyutang even sneered Unreasonable, "Little maidservant, didn't your young master ask you to apologize to my master?" Nian Qi smiled without saying anything. Time to go, time to go." Some cultivators did not linger and turned to leave the moment they saw that there was an outcome. Nian Qi continued, our young master even said that if it's perfected being Tsang Lang, he's willing to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you for free without accepting any spirit stones. Perfected being Tsang Lang was elated upon hearing that. A huge sense of pride and happiness rose within him over the change from 2.5 million spirit stones to a free customization. Is perfected being Tsang Lang that amazing? He's pretty much. He's only a little over 200 years old and he's already a perfected golden core. He has the greatest hope of advancing to be a nascent soul perfected lord. Perfected being Tsang Lang is truly influential. To think that he could get a free customization. In fact, perfected being Tsang Lang felt lightheaded as he listened to the discussions in the crowd and enjoyed everyone's envious gazes. This was someone who had lived for more than 200 years after all. Perfected being Tsang Lang contained the ecstasy in his heart and nodded his head with cupped fists in every direction. Although he seemed like he was indifferent, as if he had already expected this outcome from the start, he could not hide the smugness between his brows. Haha. While perfected being Tsang Lang was able to hold back his excitement and pretend to be calm, his disciple, Si Yutong, could not hold it in any longer as he burst into laughter with a glowing expression. Nian Qi smiled and said, however, my young master said that he has a request for helping you to customize a free supreme-grade spirit weapon. Say it. Perfected being Tsang Lang was in a good mood as he waved his hand and said proudly, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to accommodate. Rest assured, perfected being, this request is very easy for you. Suddenly, Nian Qi retracted her smile. Her tone turned cold as she enunciated word for word, my young master said. He wants you to kneel down. The crowd fell silent. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. Every cultivator present was stunned and dumbfounded, looking towards Nian Qi and perfected being Tsang Lang instinctively. He wants you to kneel down. Although the crowd was noisy, everyone heard those 6 words clearly and there was no mistake about it. Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan were frozen. Not far away, within a carriage in a small alley, a sweet voice sounded with laughter. Ha, I knew it. Su Zimo is very interesting. Si Yutong's laughter stopped abruptly. Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression stiffened. Turning his head slowly, he narrowed his gaze and asked faintly, young lady, what did you just say? If you have the guts to say it again, I'll listen. You didn't hear it clearly? Nian Qi was nonchalant towards perfected being Tsang Lang's threat as she replied indifferently, as long as you kneel down, my young master will refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you. Oh, right. He even said that if you were to kneel down and kowtow, he can refine an additional supreme-grade spirit weapon for you. Humiliation. Although the cultivators present did not know why Mr. Mo would make such a decision, it was a complete and absolute humiliation to perfected being Tsang Lang. No matter how valuable a supreme-grade spirit weapon was, how could perfected being Tsang Lang kneel in front of everyone? While kneeling down was easy, he would definitely lose all face in the cultivation world from this day forth. Fufufu. Perfected being Tsang Lang suddenly laughed. You're a foundation establishment cultivator, a mere maidservant. How dare you insult a golden core? Even if this is the capital, I can kill you right now. Perfected being Tsang Lang's long and narrow eyes shone with a cold killing intent. His hands that were originally behind his back were now placed on his storage bag and his voice was chilling. Everyone could sense perfected being Tsang Lang's killing intent. In the eyes of everyone, Nian Qi was only a maidservant. Given perfected being Tsang Lang's status and position, he might not be severely punished if he were to kill a maidservant forcefully right now. Nian Qi's expression remained unchanged as she continued, our young master has already expected that you would definitely be enraged out of shame upon hearing the request and that you will try to kill me. However, this is the capital. If you dare to strike first, the other cultivators will have enough reason to stop you. Hee hee. Perfected being Song Lang smiled. Who would dare stop me for a mere maidservant like you? Nian Qi nodded. That's why my young master said that whoever beheads you will get a customized supreme-grade spirit weapon from him. Perfected being Song Lang's expression changed. Those were savage words that had set him on fire. The other party was not only humiliating him, they were forcing him to endure it with nowhere to vent. At this moment, as long as perfected being Song Lang dared to attack Nian Qi, the other cultivators would have enough reason to strike and they would definitely join forces to kill him. After all, his head could be exchanged for a supreme-grade spirit weapon, who wouldn't be tempted? Even if some of the cultivators were worried about his status and did not dare to attack, the commanders of the Scarlet Vulture and Azure Falcon Guards had already approached not far away. If he dared to make any movements out of the blue, those two would definitely strike without hesitation. Perfected being Song Lang looked extremely ugly and unpredictable. No matter what, his pride was completely smashed today. However, perfected being Song Lang could not understand why Mo Ling hated him so much. The fact that he was able to get to where he was today meant that his hands had already been tainted by endless fresh blood. He no longer remembered when and where he sowed a grudge with any cultivator with the surname of Mo. From the looks of it, Mr. Mo definitely knows me then? Perfected being Song Lang was a top golden core cultivator after all, and he adjusted himself quickly. A look of mockery flashed in his eyes as he sneered, since we were acquaintances, why is he being mysterious and hiding inside instead of meeting me directly? Nian Qi replied, my young master said that he would definitely meet you, but now is not the time. When will be the time then? The sect competition. All right. Perfected being Song Lang nodded and said coldly, come that time, I'll see for myself just who this Mo Ling is. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.